राम राम। आई एम गुड, आप बताओ कैसे हो? करते हैं कैप्सियंसी कोस्टल कंटेंट रेस, आई डोंट नो।
इम्पोर्टेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन आप लोग के लिए आया है। 72वीं यूपीएससी आयोग का अभी एक न्यूज देखने को मिला कि 72वीं बीपीएससी अपने टाइम से होने वाली है, यानी 26 जुलाई को। तो अफवाहों पर ध्यान नहीं देना है, तैयारियां
ओके सुन जी, वेलकम टू माय लाइव सेशन। जरूरी है। Article 21 right to life and personal liberty. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution considered as the cornerstone of the fundamental right. It guarantees the most basic human right. Article 21 right to life and personal liberty. Right to life and personal liberty. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution considered the core. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution is considered as the cornerstone of the fundamental right. It guarantees the most basic human right. It advocates that no person can be deprived of their life and a personal liberty except according to a procedure established by law. It is the foundation for a broad range of human rights, including the right to privacy and the right to live with dignity. Article 21 right to life and personal liberty. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution is considered as the cornerstone of the Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. मम्मी रेड वाला तोड़ दिया क्या?
हाँ?
वो रेड वाला तोड़ दिया क्या?
कौन रेड वाला?
राम राम जी. ये तो पढ़ी दी. अरे ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. Just why you will write a poetry on me? Article 21 right to life and personal liberty. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution deals with Article 21 that is right to life and personal liberty. Right to life and personal liberty. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution is considered the cornerstone of the fundamental right, guaranteeing the most basic human right. It advocates that no person can be deprived of their life and personal liberty except according to the procedure established. It is the foundation for a broad range of the human rights, including the right to privacy and the right to live with dignity. It is the foundation for a broad range of the human rights, including the right to privacy and आप लोग क्या पढ़ रहे हो अभी? Article 21 right life and personally what Article 21 of the considered the cornerstone of the fundamental right. It can the most basic human right. It advocates that no person can be deprived of their life and personal liberty that they accept according to the procedure established by the law. This is the foundation for a broad range of the human rights, including the right to privacy.
जा सके और यही कारण है कि मजबूरी में आयोग को फिर से दोबारा पोर्टल खोलना पड़ा। तो आखिर इसकी एलिजिबिलिटी क्या रखी गई है, कौन कौन से लोग इसको अप्लाई करेंगे, सारा चीज़ हम लोग समझेंगे, ताकि अगर आप इसके पहले भरने से चूक गए फॉर्म तो दोबारा यहाँ पे आपका पोर्टल रीओपन हो रहा है, इसको आप लोग भर सकते हैं। इस फॉर्म को सीनियर DYSP का है पोस्ट, यानी कि पुलिस उपाधीक्षक का ये पोस्ट है। देखिए टोटल पोस्ट की बात करें तो यहाँ पे टोटल पोस्ट आपको 18 है। दो तरीके के पोस्ट है, एक 14 पोस्ट है और एक 4 पोस्ट है, दोनों का क्वालिफिकेशन सुनेंगे। और ये वैकेंसी आपका ये जनवरी में आया था 2026 में, बट इसमें इतने कम आवेदन आए कि प्रोसेस भी इसका आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता है। इसीलिए फिर से दोबारा पोर्टल को ओपन किया जा रहा है ताकि जो भी छात्र फॉर्म भरना चाहते हैं वो भर सकें। जो तो दूसरे तरीके का पोस्ट है वो देखिएगा, एक में तो 14 सीट था और यहाँ पे देखिएगा तो ईडी के लिए विभाग आरक्षी शाखा पुलिस संख्या में अभियंत्रण स्नातक की डिग्री के साथ राष्ट्रीय अग्निशमन महाविद्यालय नागपुर से मंडल अधिकारी कोर्स डिविजनल अफसर कोर्स अथवा केंद्र सरकार संस्थान से वरीय पर्यवेक्षी पदाधिकारी।
कोई कोर्स नहीं रखे हैं अभी तो। दृष्टि के सभी सुखों की इष्ट हो जाती थी तो मिसाई के नजर में भी अद्भुत में सकती थी। इसका थोड़ा और मतलब सॉरी बहुत ही अच्छा लिखे हो, बट थोड़ा सा इसका मतलब सिंपल मीनिंग में मतलब बता सकते हो। नेर Didi is license line. Ari, thank you so much. Didi, you are referring to toppers मांगन को भी अब तक टाइम नहीं मिला है उनका कॉप मतलब देखने के लिए। पहले सोचें एक और चैप्टर कंप्लीट कर लेते हैं तो फिर हमको आइडिया हो जाएगा कि एक्चुअली इस चैप्टर में है क्या, उसके बाद फिर उन लोग का कॉपी रेफर करेंगे तो ज़्यादा समझ में आएगा। हाँ। several ambitious reading science study from the डिपेंड करता है। अगर प्रीलिम्स के लिए पढ़ रहे हैं तो 10 पेज पढ़ लेते हैं 2 घंटे में, और अगर मेंस की पर्सपेक्टिव से पढ़ रहे हैं तो 5 पेज भी पढ़ने में बहुत टाइम लग जाता है, मोर देन 2 आवर्स। Right to life and right to personal liberty. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution is considered the cornerstone. Is considered as the cornerstone of the fundamental right. It can be the most basic human right that it is. You have to work on reading. Hello everyone. I'm preparing for the BPSC exam. Article 21, that is the right to life and personal liberty. That Article 21 of the Indian Constitution is considered the cornerstone of the fundamental right. It guarantees the most basic human right that is that no person can be deprived of their life and personal liberty except according to the procedure established by the law. It is the foundation for a broad range of the human rights, included the right to privacy and the right to live with dignity. It is broad range that is expanding into so Article 21 in a living document, that is Constitution of India, a living document of the dynamic flexible amendment 101 first amendment into GST adopting economic GST adopting economic needs. Flexible, a living instrument of dynamism, a living instrument of dynamism. आई हैव ए वीकनेस कि मैं माइंड में रीड नहीं कर सकती है। ओके बाय। Article 21 of the Indian Constitution is the flexible amendment, that is 101st Constitution Amendment 92, GST adapting to economic needs, preamble update, that is 42nd Amendment 1973 added secular and the socialist values, fundamental rights expansion, that is Maneka Gandhi versus Union broadened the Article 21. Flexible amendment 101st Constitution Amendment introduced GST adapting to economic freedom. ऑलरेडी पढ़ रहे हैं, आप बताओ आप क्या कर रहे हो. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution considers the cornerstone of the fundamental right. It guarantees the most basic human right. It advocates that no person can be deprived of their life or life. No, it advocates that no person can be deprived of their life and personal liberty except according to the procedure. Expanding scope of the Article 21 in a living document, Constitution of India, a living instrument of dynamism, that is flexible amendment. 101st Constitution Amendment Act introduced GST adapting to economic. That is 101st Constitution Amendment Act introduced GST adapting to economic freedom. Flexible amendment, that is 101st Constitution Amendment Act introduced GST. 101st Constitution Amendment Act introduced GST adapting. 101st Amendment Act introduced GST adapting to economic needs. GST adapting to economic needs. That is a flexible amendment. That is 101st Amendment introduced GST adapting to economic freedoms. थैंक यू. 104 से आगे बढ़ो. व्हाट डू यू मीन? First Constitution Act introduced GST adapting economic freedom, that is preamble update. 42nd Amendment 1973 added secular and social values, fundamental right expansion. Maneka Gandhi, that is case that 1978 broadened Article 21. The 1973 upheld basic structure doctrine. Emergency safeguard, that is 44th Constitution external protection against misuse. 44th Constitution introduced big expanding scope of the Article 21 in a living document, Constitution of the India, a living instrument of dynamic flexible amendment, that is 101st Amendment introduced GST adapting to economic freedom. Adapting GST flexible amendment, that is 101st Amendment introduced GST adapting Principal amendment and India first amendment introduced GST adapting to economic needs. India first amendment introduced GST adapting to economic needs. India first amendment introduced GST adapting to economic needs. Principal amendment introduced GST introduced India first amendment. Constitution contains that it is a living instrument of dynamic flexible instrument. The first constitutional amendment when the first amendment introduced GST adopted to convenience. When the first amendment constitution when the first constitution amendment introduced GST adopted to convenience. Flexible amendment expanding scope of the Article 21 of the in a living document Constitution of India. A living instrument of the dynamic flexible amendment. Fundamental right expansion Monica Gandhi 1978 Protein Article 1 1921 and Monica Gandhi 21 1921 1978 Protein Principal Amendment 101st Amendment introduced GST adapting to economic freedom introduced GST adapting to economic freedom Temple update 42nd Amendment Constitution added to secular and social value fundamental right expansion that is Manika Gandhi's case that in 1976 brought in Manika Gandhi case that in 1978 brought in Article 21 Manika Gandhi case that in 1978 brought in Article 21 and the judicial review that is case of Nanda Bharti case 1973 after the basic structure doctrine and Next amendment was the first amendment was introduced GST to adapting to expanding scope of the Article 21 in the Developing Document and Constitution of the India, a living instrument of dynamics, Constitution of India, a living instrument of dynamics and its flexible amendment. It is when the first amendment introduced GST adapting to economic freedoms. Expanding scope of the Article 21 in the Constitution of India, a living instrument of dynamic that is flexible amendment. It is when the first amendment introduced GST adapting and amendment. The first amendment introduced GST adapting to economic fundamental right expensive the voted Article 21. I did that the judicial representation and the Vatican applied to the PCS doctrine with 44th Amendment. Case another Bharti case upheld the basic structure doctrine. Emergency safeguarded the 44th.
The Kesavananda Bharati case of 1973 established the basic structure doctrine. This ruling, decided by a court, limits how much the parliament can change the constitution, ensuring that its fundamental elements remain intact.
Emergency Part 44th Amendment and Extended Protection and Misuse. 44th Amendment and 1978 Extended Protection against Misuse. It is the ability to progressive adapted. I am preparing for the exam BPSC का. आप क्या कर रहे हो? नमस्ते जी. KS Puttaswamy केस 2017 राइट टू प्राइवेसी KS Puttaswamy केस 2017 राइट टू एजुकेशन आर्टिकल 21 बाय एडेड बाय 36 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट टू डिस्क्रिमिनलाइजेशन ऑफ द होमोसेक्सुअलिटी decriminalization of the homosexuality George केस सही कमेंट करते करते थक गया। आपने कब कमेंट किया था? आई हैवंट सीन योर कमेंट। अच्छा, सीरियल का तो एग्ज़ाम भी होने वाला है। उधर ग्रुप स्टडी मतलब फॉर मी। आई डोंट हैव एनी आइडिया रिगार्डिंग द डिस्कॉर्ड कैसे काम करता है। Right to privacy recognized by the KS 2017 right to education article 21 added by the 86th Constitution Act 2002 decriminalization of the homosexuality नब्ते जोड़ के 2018 नब्ते जोड़ के 2018 नब्ते जोड़ के 2018 नब्ते जोड़ के 2018 जेंडर जस्टिस विशाखा Guideline 1997 against workplace harassment Visakha guidelines What was Navte Johar case and also the KS Puttaswamy case? Did the right to privacy.
The Navdeep Singh Johar and K.S. Puttaswamy cases were landmark Supreme Court decisions. They expanded civil liberties, including privacy, individual freedom.
Navte Puttaswamy is renowned for right to privacy as a fundamental and the court. The government mandatory biometric and the other project again it projected that the state initially argued that this constitution did not explicitly guarantee a fundamental right to privacy. Did not explicitly guarantee a fundamental right to privacy. The state initially argued that the constitution did not explicitly guarantee a fundamental right to fundamental right to same-sex relation in the Navtesh Singh Johar case decriminalized consensual same-sex relation between Indians and India. Right to privacy. ठीक है केस पुट्टास्वामी केस that is the केस पुट्टास्वामी केस right to privacy and decriminalization of the homosexuality that is the Navtesh Johar case. He right to education article 21 added basis amendment to the gender justice gender Visakha guideline 1997 against workplace harassment, expanding right to life and the personal liberty, right to clean environment that is MC Mehta case. Right to clean environment that is MC Mehta case. Right to clean environment that is
कल के जाएंगे इधर उधर
right to privacy that is recognized in the case Senator Education Article 21 of the right to environment vaccine is against the right to information and his RTI Act 2000 transparency. Arun Sandbog के जरिए अलर्ट पाइसे अरुणा Sandbog के जरिए not receive units right to live with Arun Sandbog is the allowed receive units right to right to independent recognize in the housing right to independent recognize in the housing right to the clean environment that is concerned and there is an right to clean environment that is concerned and area that information that RTI and other part that is a match of patient right to level awareness on the case that is the get patient administration and right to
हाँ आया नहीं खोने के लिए
is the Anuradha Basin case, that is the recognized in right to internet, that is the Anuradha Basin case 2000 is the right to internet platform Mary protection against the arbitrary action. It now encompasses rights like the privacy, health, shelter, dignity. The judicial expansion reflects the progressive vision of the Constitution and its ability to respond to the contemporary societal and its ability to respond to the contemporary societal need and enforcing its role as a guardian of the human liberty. ठीक है, recognize the person के that is the Japanese right to internet and the cases under article एक एक को पालन के crucial cases under Article 21 एक को पालन cases that is 1950 that is एक को पालन cases 1950 crucial cases under Article 21 एक को पालन cases 1950 interpreted procedure established by a narrow ruling that protection under Article 21 is only against arbitrary execution or arbitrary dispositive actions. Criminal cases under Article 21 एक को पालन cases that is 1950 ठीक है, criminal cases that is एक को पालन cases 1950 interpreted procedure established by the narrowly ruling that protection under Article 21 is not only arbitrary executive action एक को पालन cases 1950 interpreted procedure established by the narrowly ruling that the procedure under Article 21 is only crucial cases under Article 21. The A.K. Gopalan case 1950, A.K. Gopalan case 1950, Menka Gandhi case 1917, the Putta Sumi judgment 2017, Supriya Supriya Chakravarti versus and Iana, that is the versus Union of India. Supriya Chakravarti, which is crucial cases under Article 20, crucial cases under Article 21, that is the crucial cases under Article 21, the A.K. Gopalan cases, that is the now Tejor case, decriminalizing homosexuality, that is prioritizing constitution morality, that is ensuring ethical conduct, with challenging tradition, violating equality principle, challenging tradition, violating equality principle, disabling malabody, upholding dignity case, Putta Swami case, 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 restricting arbitrary power, that is case of Nanda Bharti case, restricting arbitrary power, that is case restricting arbitrary power, that is case of Nanda Bharti case. A.K. Gopalan case 1950 interpreted procedure established by law narrowly ruling that protection under Article 21 is only the A.K. Gopalan case 1950 interpreted procedure established by law narrowly ruling that the protection under Article 21 is only against arbitrary executive action, not arbitrary legislative action. Crucial cases under Article 21 the एक ही interpreted procedure established by law, not only ruling that the protection under Article 21 is only against arbitrary executive action, not arbitrary legislative action. Pardon the interpretation of the procedure established by law to include protection against arbitrary legislative action as well similar to the American concept of due process of law. Equal protection law, equality before law, equal protection law. Protection in the landmark judgment. The Supreme Court widened the interpretation of the procedure established by law to include protection against arbitrary legislative action as well as similar to the American concept of the due process of law, that is the constitutional morality, ethical, ensuring ethical conduct, that is prioritizing constitutional morality, that is ensuring ethical constitutional morality, that is ensuring ethical conduct, constitutional morality, that is ensuring ethical conduct, that is constitutional morality. उसके बाद prioritizing, that is constitution, that is prioritizing constitution, that is the सबसे पहला है कि prioritizing constitution जो केस, that is the constitutional morality, restricting arbitrary power, के संबंध भारतीय केस, restricting arbitrary power, के संबंध भारतीय केस. Constitution morality, it is the challenging traditions, quality, equality principle, challenging traditions, quality, equality principle, it is subliminal verdicts, prioritizing, that is ensuring ethical conduct, that is the constitutional morality, that is constitutional morality, ensuring ethical conduct. Constitutional morality, the according to Indian case, that is restricting arbitrary power, के संबंध भारतीय के prioritizing constitution, that is Navjit Bewar case, that is ensuring ethical conduct, और उसके बाद challenging traditions, quality, equality principle, that is subliminal verdict. फिर A.K. Gopalan case, that is the Article 1950 interpreted procedure established by law narrowing ruling that protection under Article 21 is only A.K. Gopalan case interpreted procedure established by law narrowly ruling that protection under Article 21 is only arbitrary executive action, not arbitrary legislative action. America case, that is 1978, Supreme Court widened the interpretation of the procedure established by law to give protection against arbitrary legislative actions and similar to the protection against arbitrary legislative action as well as similar to the protection concept of the due process of law. In the protection of judgment procedure, the Supreme Court held that privacy was intrinsic to freedom of life and liberty. It is intrinsic to the play a power role in determining most of the avoiding provision related to adultery. Supriya Chakrabarti versus in India, that is in the case, the court held that there is no fundamental right to marry under the Constitution, declined to recognize same-sex marriage, stating that such decision fall within the purview of the Parliament. Under the Constitution and declined to legalize the same-sex marriage, stating that the such decision fall within the purview of the Parliament. Supriya Chakravarti versus in this case, the Supreme Court held that there is no fundamental right to marry under the Constitution. In this case, the court held that there is no fundamental right to marry under the Constitution. No fundamental right to marry under the Constitution and it is recognized to apply. In this case, the court held that there is no fundamental right to marry. There is no fundamental right to marry under the Constitution and declined to legalize same-sex marriages. Considering that the decision fall within the purview of the Parliament, that is judging not and versus the Supreme Court held that meaningful and inclusive digitalizing is a part of the fundamental right to merge and versus meaning of the others purchase. So the court directed reform in government flexibility for the person emphasizing very substantial equality instead of because it's a non-limited basis for right to clean environment and the body factor the right to clean and the right to a clean environment under the extend to regulating fire and pollution, that is extend to regulating fire and pollution. The Supreme Court balances the stipulation with the environment health, that is the Supreme Court rule. The right to clean environment under Article 21 is to regulating fire, cracking, pollution, that is the Supreme Court balances the stipulation with the environmental code. The Arjun Gopal Bajaj University of temporary banning of the passage and Arjun Gopal person of the temporary ban on the fire processes in the Delhi NCR SC guideline allowed only clean cracker restricted timing and designated bursting zone, designated and restricted timing. Directive the earliest barred online settlement to curb illegal trade. Barred to curb illegal trade. Barred to curb illegal trade. Bar online sale of the firecrackers to curb illegal trade, that is the legal regulation beyond firecrackers, that is environment protection and relocation of the polluting industry, pollution free border and ended Subhas market, that is anyone right to clean resource of right to clean resource of right to clean right to clean resource of air. That is the polluter stays principle. Whether citizen for 1996 polluters held financially liable. Polluters held financially liable. Polluters held financially liable. Pollutions have financially liable. Financial liability for pollution is illegal. Fireworkers despite bans. Illegal fireworkers which limits on regular blanket bans are excessive and that regulated use of the are excessive and that regulated use of the fires. Fireworkers is regular hit. Judicial cases under Article 21. सबसे पहला इधर कॉन्स्टिट्यूटिव मॉडलिटी में क्या होगा, इंस्टीट्यूटिंग एथिकल कंडक्ट, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मॉडलिटी, tenets of the constitutional morality is ensuring ethical conduct, constitutional morality ensuring ethical conduct, that is prioritizing the constitution of the pure KHP, restricting arbitrary power, that is the beginning of matter, upholding dignity, case personality, challenging tradition, violating equality principles, Sabrimala, challenging traditions, violating equality principles, challenging tradition, violating equality principles, challenging tradition, violating equality principles, Sabrimala body, challenging tradition, violating equality principles, challenging tradition, violating principles. Again, Gopal case interpreted procedure strict narrowly protection under only arbitrary executive action, not arbitrary legislative actions. The animalism providing and reason to choose in the improve protection and arbitrary legislative action as well as similar to the American concept of the procedure established by law. To some extent that will help me, but ये भी तो है कि I won't be able to write ना सुंदर से एग्जाम में तो नीचे से नहीं दे सकते ना. उसको जिंदगी की कसम जिंदगी का लम्हा होगा. feel agriculture is the beginning of India to develop the this case is to here that there is no fundamental right to marry under the constitution and this way the code held that there is no fundamental right to marry under the constitution and it is not a fundamental right but it is a social norms practices and decline to recognize the same-sex marriage is taking as such decision for within the preview of the parliament. In Amar versus Nagar Pati, the Supreme Court held that the meaningful and inclusive digital access is a part of the fundamental right to live on Article 11. Hello, ma'am. In emerging versus another pursuit, the Supreme Court held that meaningful and inclusive digital access is a part of the fundamental right to life under Article 21. The court directed KYC and digital system to ensure accessibility for the person with disability, including substantive equality and strict obligation to ensure non-discriminatory digital environment. The Supreme Court held that the meaningful and the inclusive digital access is a part of the fundamental right to life under Article 21. The court directed reforms in KYC and digital system to ensure accessibility for persons with disability, emphasizing substantive equality and state obligation to ensure non-discriminatory that to be environment and qualified cases that to be environment and extend to providing private and extend right to clean environment that extend to regulating firecracker pollution regulating co-access relation with the environment heritage Arjun Gopal person regard temporary ban on the firecrackers in the Delhi NCR. This is our language that are allowed only being capital restricted timing regulated version zone directives related to the lease. Part alignment source of the firecrackers to curb illegal trade. Legal regulation beyond firecracker environmental protection that is the Meta के 1987 that is the relocation of the polluting industries, pollution free water in the reduce the Subhash Kumar PS 991 right to clean resources appeal, right to clean environment appeal, right to clean resources appeal, right to clean resources appeal, right to clean resources appeal, environment protection and Meta is 1987 relocation of the polluting industry. Relocation of the polluting industry, pollution of the water and air is Subhash Kumar PS 991. right to clean resources applied, right to clean resources applied, pay for limited, right to clean resources, right to clean resources applied, that is polluted, pay principal, that is the regular citizen from, right to clean resources applied. Enforcement and illegal violations despite bans, budget mechanism are good at the second ban are excessive and are regulated legal terms should suffice. Firecracker industry and the worker hit livelihoods hit. right to maternity leave 2025, right to menstrual health 2026, right to maternity leave 2025, right to menstrual health 2026, right to maternity leave 2025, right to menstrual health 2026, right to clean environment that is 2022, right to be forgotten 2024, right to disconnect 2024, right to access justice, right to access justice. Right to access justice, that is article, right to access justice, that is article 25, right to free food, that is article 24, right to maternity 2025, right to menstrual cycle 2024, right to clean environment 2025, right to be forgotten भूल जाएगा भूला जाएगा 2024, right to disconnect 2024, और right to free food 2024, और right to access justice January 2025, right to access justice 2025, यहाँ 2025 सुप्रीम कोर्ट court under not a disability flowing from women's related autonomy and dignity under article reproductive autonomy and under article 21, that is it is struck down in all of maternity based on the two-child policy affirming that it is integral to health, equality, privacy and non-discrimination right. Right to menstrual health, that is the Supreme Court original menstrual health as a part of the decision and directed schools and the state to ensure sanitary pads, toilets and hygiene facilities, assisting gender justice and substantial equality and promote unified career-free access to education for girls, reducing dropout rates on social stigma. Right to clean environment, SC का जो है Supreme Court recognized the right to clean environment as integral to the right to life, balancing with the industrial development जो कि अप्रैल 2022 में आया था. Attack the course approach to sustainable development, balancing environment protection and economic growth. Right to be forgotten on August 2024, the right to be forgotten was linked to the privacy and the personal information under Article 21, highlighting the need for the data protection, demonstrating all digital rights are integral to privacy, challenging traditions, notation of the freedom of expression. According to the protection, right to be forgotten. Demonstrating all digital rights are integral to privacy, challenging traditional notation of freedom of expression, challenging traditional notation of freedom of expression. Right to discrimination framed as part of the person limited recognizing mental well-being as essential to the right to life and article 21 highlights the shift toward mental health and the work-life balance as a component of the person limited right to access justice. The SC observed that access to justice is not absolute, subject to practical constraints like infrastructure. There is a tension between ideal access to justice and the reality of the justice obstacle, highlighting the need for reform. Right to access justice generally is right to access as part of the right to life, including food security as a critical welfare responsibility. The establishing is like the food essential and personal liberty in addition to Article 21 right to maternity leave, right to maternity leave is achieved. In a 2025 Supreme Court changing the court held that the maternity leave is a legal right, not a discriminatory benefit to any women's reproductive autonomy and dignity under Article 21. It Please come down the line of the maternity leave based on the two-child policy. Affirming that it is integral to the health, equality, privacy, and non-discrimination right. Right to mutual health and virtue is. Specifically, organized natural health as a part of the development and directives of the ensure central brand, gender justice, equality, and promote dignified barrier free access to education for girls, reducing dropout rate and resisting. Right to clean environment SC article April 2000. Hello. Please don't spam. नहीं अंजलि अभी तक तो नहीं मिला है मोनेटाइज भी नहीं हुआ अकाउंट राइट टू क्लीन एनवायरनमेंट ऐसी अप्रैल 2000 ऐसे रिकॉग्नाइज द राइट टू क्लीन एनवायरनमेंट एज इक्वल टू द लाइफ और राइट टू लाइफ बैलेंसिंग इट विद द इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट डिफाइन द कोर्स अप्रोच टू सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट बैलेंसिंग एनवायरमेंटल प्रोटेक्शन एंड इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ right to be forgotten that is the right to be forgotten was linked to the privacy and the personal liberty under Article 1 highlighting the need for the data protection. Demonstrate how digital rights are integral to privacy, excelling tradition on the freedom of expression. Right to discriminate December 2024. Framed as part of the personal liberty, recognize mental well-being as essential to the right of life and Article 1. I think the shift toward recognizing mental health as the work-life balance as a component of the personal liberty. Right to access justice, that is Article 1125. She observed that access to justice is not absolute. She observed that the access to justice is not absolute, subject to practical constraints like infrastructure. It is required attention between ideal access to justice and the reality of the judicial capacity, highlighting the need for the reforms. Right to free property of to virtue, which emphasizes as part of the right to life, reinforcing food security as a critical welfare responsibility of the state. Enforces the state duty to ensure basic needs like food, essential for the dignity and survival as part of the right to life. Right to privacy and the legal dimension of the prenatal DNA. Right to privacy and the legal dimension of the prenatal DNA testing. Supreme Court in the justice case concerning the right to privacy is in relation to life and liberty. Right to privacy and the legal dimension of prenatal DNA testing. Interlinked with other rights, that is support freedom of speech, that is Article 19, and the religion, and Article 25, right to privacy. Interlinked with the other right, that is support freedom of speech, Article 19, and the religion, that is Article 25. See personal choice from the difference.
अरे वो ऐसा कहियो ओकरा भैया भाभी मोन ऐसा कहियो पागल बना दे जब तक हंस खुद जब नहीं करते देते
कोई बात का टेंशन होता है, बिन मतलब का टेंशन। Support freedom of the speech article right to privacy and the legal dimensions of the prenatal DNA testing, right to privacy and the legal dimensions of the prenatal DNA testing, right to privacy and the legal dimension of the prenatal DNA testing, right to privacy and the legal dimension of the prenatal. So, according the justice, privacy is intelligent to life and liberty, right to under Article 21, right to privacy under Article 21. Dealing with other highlighted in support freedom of speech, Article 19, and freedom of religion, individual autonomy. See person charged with foreign interference, person charged from interferences. Check on state power. Check on state power. Hello. Check on state power that is private, arbitrary surveillance, required legality and proportionality. Check on state power that is prevent arbitrary surveillance, requires legality and proportionality, requires legality and proportionality. Individual autonomy that is civil individual personal choice from interferences. Supreme Court ruling that is 2017 affirmed privacy as a fundamental right. Supreme Court ruling that is 2000 case affirmed privacy as a fundamental right. Reproductive autonomy safeguards and what family planning decision, safeguard family planning decision, DNA testing and paternity. इसमें क्या है कि सेक्शन 112 इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंस एविडेंस एक्ट presumes legitimacy. Section 112, that is the Indian Evidence Act, presumes legitimacy. DNA testing allowed only when essential. DNA testing allowed only when essential. Gautam Kundu case and DNA test to be sparingly used. DNA test to be Gautam Kundu case 1993. Gautam Kundu case 1993 can be used sparingly. That is कहाँ है सामने उठाते हैं पापा आंटी आई पापा आंटी आई
हाँ कखनी अयबै
सबसे पहले phosphorus 32 is a radioactive form of the phosphorus and it is used to slow down the production of the new blood cells, and it is used to slow down the production of the new blood cells. Liver fluid, that is the liver fluid, that is in the bile duct of the sea. Here the incubation period of the hepatitis B is 30 to 180 days. That is HIV demolishes a particular type of WBC white blood cell and the helper T helper T. This virus also make copy of itself inside these cells. T helper cells are also called the CD4 cells. HIV demolishes a particular type of the WBC, that is the WBC and the T helper cell. This virus also make copies of itself. And this T helper cell also make the CD4 cells. When the body does not produce the vitamins, quantity for good health. Our body, however, cannot synthesize them except for a few that can be synthesized by the bacteria of the gut. Therefore, we need to consume their natural sources such as the fruit or the vegetables. Water soluble and B and C are the water soluble, AD are the fat soluble, vitamin that are soluble in fat and salt but insoluble in water flow in this group. ADEK, they are stored in the liver and adipose fat stored in tissue. They are stored in the liver and the adipose fat stored in tissue. Water soluble vitamins must be supplied regularly in the diet because they are readily excreted in urine and cannot be stored except vitamin B12. In our body, water soluble vitamin must be supplied regularly in the diet because they are readily excreted in urine and cannot be except vitamin B12. They include the vitamin B, group B vitamins and vitamin C. Soluble vitamins must be supplied regularly in the diet because they are readily excreted in urine and cannot be stored. Water soluble vitamins must be supplied regularly in the diet because they are readily excreted in the urine and cannot be stored. Water soluble vitamins must be supplied regularly in the diet because they are readily excreted in urine and cannot be stored except the vitamin B12 in our body. This is vitamin B and C. As a specific concentration lead to a particular deficiency disease. Which plays a key role in helping the blood clot and the preventing excessive bleeding. It is a fat soluble vitamin that comes in two forms. The main type is called the piloquinone, found in the green leafy vegetables like the collard, kale and spinach. The other type, the menaquinones, are found in some animal food. Menaquinones are found in the menaquinones and fermented food and are also produced by the bacteria in the human body. It helps to make various proteins that are needed for the blood clotting and the building of the bone. It helps to make various proteins that are needed for the blood clotting and the building of the bone. It helps to make various proteins that are needed for blood clotting and the building of the bones. So contain the vitamin K dependent protein directly involving the blood clotting. It helps to make various proteins that are needed for the blood clotting and the building of the bones. It helps to make various proteins that are needed for the blood clotting and the building of the bones. It helps to make various proteins that are needed for the blood clotting and the building of the bones. It helps to make various proteins that are needed for blood clotting and the building of the bones. It helps to make various proteins that are needed for blood clotting and the building of the bones. It is for soluble and is present in many food. It is division, immune system, reproduction and the protein. Vitamin E helps in the regulating the amount of the calcium and the phosphate in the body. These nutrients are needed to keep bone, teeth and the muscles healthy. Vitamin B complex is composed of 8 B vitamins. They are important for ensure the body cells are functioning properly. They convert the body food into the energy, creating blood cells and healthy skin ब्रेन सेल्स अंदर द बॉडी टिश्यू हार्मोन्स, ये है केमिकल मैसेंजर होता है एक्सेक्रेट विद द एंडोक्राइन ग्लैंड ऑफ the body. Enzymes are the other protein that act as a biological catalyst by excreting chemical breaks. ठीक है, the class of the food having the highest calorific value per unit weight is highest calorific value proteins. High calories fat में होता है, प्रोटीन में नहीं. Calorific value is the term that denotes the extent of the energy released energy when different substrate fat, protein, vitamins and the mineral are oxidized. The calorific value is 9.45 for the fat. उसके बाद कार्बोहाइड्रेट, फिर प्रोटीन्स, नहीं फिर प्रोटीन फिर कार्बोहाइड्रेट. ठीक है. Deficiency of which of the following causes the disease of the slow blood clotting? विटामिन के. और फॉस्फोरस अगर रहेगा तो क्या होगा? slowing slow down the production of new blood cells. Anorexia, that is eating disorder, insomnia. That is the dysphonia, that is the shortness of the breath, or insomnia, that by the pool is also the which are the following the best source of the vitamin A, that is the carrot, and the because of the causes vitamin C scurvy, disease of the scurvy, essential nutrient involved in the repair of the tissue, the formation of collagen and the enzymatic production of the certain neurotransmitters. That is the gooseberry amla is the excellent source of vitamin C. Vitamin C is essentially destroyed by excessive heat and as well as exposure in air in some cases. Vitamin C is an essential nutrient involved in the repair of the tissue. The formation of the collagen and the enzymatic production of the certain neurotransmitter. Deficiency of the vitamin C causes scurvy. Vitamin C, the scientific name is ascorbic acid. Vitamin C is an essential nutrient involved in the repair of the tissue, the formation of collagen and the enzymatic production of certain neurotransmitters. Loss of the vision, poor vision, loss of the vision in darkness, night sometime, complete loss of the vision. Vitamin 1, vitamin B1, very very weak muscles and the very little energy of the work. Vitamin 6 carbohydrate becomes take longer time to eat. Vitamin A decay, that is bone becomes soft and bent. Calcium, that is bone and the tooth decay. Calcium and the bone and the tooth become decay, and tooth decay, that is weak bones also decay. Iron goiter, that is glands in the neck appear swollen. Mental disability in children. Iron anemia and weakness. Glands in the neck appear swollen. Mental disability in children. Glands in the neck appear swollen, that is mental disability. Which vitamin most readily destroyed by the heat? Ascorbic acid. Consider the following fears: vitamin deficiency, vitamin D, scurvy, vitamin A liquid, vitamin A 1 or 2. Vitamin which is effective in blood clotting is vitamin K. In the human body, vitamin A is stored in the liver, skin, liver. Vitamin A is stored in the liver. It is a fat soluble vitamin which is also known as anti-infection. Vitamin fat soluble vitamin are stored in the liver. Other parts of the water and are stored in the body. They need to B1, B2, B3, B6, B12. B1, B2, B3, B6, B12. B1, B2, B3, B6, B12. That's a good source of vitamin A. These are Topalopia, vision impediment, xerophthalmia या conjunctivitis, abnormal dryness of the eye, and the keratomalacia, that is drying and clouding of the cornea due to the undernutrition. Undernutrition are the water soluble. Water soluble कौन सा है? Vitamin. None of these. Which of the following is mostly carbohydrate? Mostly carbohydrate. Wheat, rice. Carbohydrate is a biological constitution of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. that is atoms usually with the hydrogen oxygen 2:1. The same is found in the water. The term carbohydrate is derived from the Greek word means sukharon, and was coined by Carl Schmitt. The formula is C. But the performing lesser roles in the living organism that is serve as an energy stored. That is the example starch and glycogen, and as a structural component cellulose in plant and chitin in arthropods. The most important carbohydrate is cellulose, a simple sugar. The most important carbohydrate is cellulose, a simple sugar. Or the triglyceride, that is fat. The fat produced when one molecule of the glycerol combines with 3 molecules of fatty acid. These are the energy-rich compound and serve as the energy storage. The non-polar lipids and thus do not dissolve in polar solvent. Water instead soluble in the non-polar solvent like ether or hexane. मिल्क जो पोअर सोर्स ऑफ विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग कैल्शियम का नहीं, विटामिन सी का है और आयरन का भी. ठीक है. मिल्क प्रोवाइड एसेंशियल न्यूट्रिएंट एंड इज इंपॉर्टेंट सोर्स ऑफ डाइटरी एनर्जी, हाई क्वालिटी प्रोटीन्स एंड द फैट्स. मिल्क कैन मेक अ significant contribution to the required nutrient intake for the calcium, magnesium, selenium, riboflavin, vitamin B12 and pantothenic acid. कौन कौन सा है intake of calcium, magnesium, selenium, riboflavin, vitamin B12 and pantothenic acid. The principal constituent of the milk are water, protein, lactose, milk sugar and mineral salt. Milk also contains traces amount of other substances such as the pigment, enzymes, vitamins and phospholipids, substance with fat-like properties. It does not contain vitamins. The following hormones contain iodine, thyroxine, malfunction, thyroid due to the deficiency of iodine. It is composed of 2 lobes which are located on either side of the trachea. The both lobes are interconnected with a thin flap of connective tissue. इसको इस्तेमाल करते हैं. The thyroid gland is composed of follicles and stromal tissues. ठीक है. Iodine is essential for the normal rate of the hormone synthesis in the thyroid. Deficiency of the iodine is an body result in hypothyroidism and enlargement of the thyroid commonly called the goiter. Thyroid hormones play an important role in the regulation of the basal metabolic rate. These hormones also support the process of the red blood cells formation. Also support the process of the red blood cell formation. The thyroid hormone control the metabolism of carbohydrate, protein and fats. The maintenance of the water and the electrolyte balance is also influenced by the thyroid hormone. Thyroid hormone also secretes a hormone called the thyrocalcitonin, which regulates blood calcium level. Thyroid gland also secretes thyrocalcitonin, which regulates blood calcium level. Glucose is converted to ethyl alcohol by the enzymes maltase diamase. Is converted to ethyl alcohol by diamase. Examples of the complex nitrogenous organic examples of the complex or nitrogenous organic compound that are produced by the living plant and the animal. They are actually protein molecules of the high molecular mass and forms colloidal solution in water. The enzymes are thus termed biochemical catalysts and the phenomenon is known as biochemical catalysis. Zymase is an enzyme complex that catalyzes the fermentation of sugar into ethanol and carbon dioxide. It is an enzyme complex that catalyzes the formation of the sugar into ethanol and carbon dioxide. It occurs naturally in the yeast. It was first isolated from the yeast cell in the 1990s by the Edward Weston, who fermented sugar into the laboratory without killing cells, leading to the 1907 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. That is Zymase क्या है? Carbon dioxide में ethanol का. The sweetest sugar among the following is the कौन सा है? Sweetest sugar. Fructose. It is a type of the sugar. Fructose is a type of the monosaccharide. Monosaccharide are the simplest form of the sugar and the most basic unit of the carbohydrate. Fructose is also known as fruit sugar because it occurs naturally in the many fruits. It also naturally in other plant foods such as the honey, sugar beets, sugarcane and vegetable. Fructose is the sweetest naturally occurring and is 1.2 to 1.8 times sweeter than the sucrose, that is table sugar. ग्लूकोज क्या होता है? ग्लूकोज होता है मोनोसैकेराइड है, ये भी. इट इज फाउंड इन ऑल मेजर कार्बोहाइड्रेट लाइक द स्टार्च, टेबल sugar, etc. It is also known as blood sugar or the grape sugar, as it is found in the it is also known as the blood sugar or the grape sugar, as it is found in the blood that function as the primary energy source of the food of the body. It is formed by the hydrolysis of the glucose, sucrose, fructose and the glucose have the same chemical formula C6H12O6, different molecular structure, having different isomerism structure, which makes fructose sweeter than the, and have different stereomerism structure, isomerism structure, which makes fructose sweeter than the sucrose. In comparison to the glucose, fructose binds more strongly with the receptor molecule that enables it to be sweeter than glucose. In comparison to the glucose, fructose binds more strongly with the receptor molecule that enables it to be sweeter than the glucose. Monosaccharide क्या है? Can bond together to form disaccharide. Monosaccharide can bond together to form disaccharide, the most common of which is the sucrose or the table sugar. Sucrose is 50% fructose and the 50% glucose. Sucrose is 50% sucrose or 50% glucose. Sucrose is 50% sucrose or 50% glucose. Sucrose is 50% sucrose or sucrose is 50% glucose or 50% glucose. Sucrose क्या होता है? 50% fructose और 50% glucose है. तो क्या sucrose है? Sucrose has the molecular formula of C6H12S22O11. It is a bone substance and a major product of photosynthesis. Maltose, it is a dietary sucrose, glucose और fructose सब monosaccharide है. Maltose जो है वो disaccharide made up of the two molecules of the glucose bond together. It is a sugar that is less sweet than the table sugar. It contains no fructose and is used as a substitute for high fructose corn syrup. So the following vitamin C is used as an antidote to anticoagulant poisons like vitamin K. Antidote to anticoagulant poison, anticoagulation, that is the which may cause severe blood loss in the body, so as an antidote, a remedy to counteract the effect of the poison. To this, vitamin K is used, which along with the calcium rapidly initiate the conversion of the prothrombin into the thrombin and eventually checks bleeding. Prothrombin to the thrombin convert करता है. विटामिन के जो सुना द फाइलोक्विनोन और द नेथोक्विनोन जो प्लांट से मिलता है और मेनोक्विनोन एनिमल से मिलता है. It reacts with the calcium and helping blood clotting. It reacts with the calcium से react करता है. It reacts with the calcium to convert prothrombin into the thrombin that clots blood. It is synthesized in our body by colon bacteria, that is vitamin E, that is tocopherol. It is required for productive health and young and growing skin. Wheat germ oil is a good source of vitamin E. Wheat germ oil. It is an good antioxidant. Vitamin D क्या है? Calciferol, it is known as the sun vitamin because it can be synthesized in the skin by the exposure to the sunlight. It is then metabolized in the liver and the kidney. It is only vitamin that is considered a hormone. It helps in the absorption of the calcium and magnesium, which is good for bone health. It is also known as the sunshine vitamin because it can be synthesized in the skin by exposure to the sunlight and is then metabolized by the liver and is then metabolized in the liver and the kidney. It is only vitamin that is considered a hormone. It helps in the absorption of the calcium and magnesium, which is good for the bone health. Wood liver oil and the sunlight face liver oil and milk are good source of the vitamin D. Deficiency of vitamin D causes osteomalacia, that is the adult liquid child reproductive hormone imbalance in women, which is from vitamin known as the apothecary superoil, that is vitamin D8. Glucose is fat soluble vitamin formed by the apothecary superoil, that is vitamin D2. ठीक है. It is a fat soluble vitamin formed by the radiation of the plant based form of vitamin D called ergosterol. Ergosterol fatty is also present under the skin of the humans and is converted to calcium vitamin D in the presence of the sunlight. It is converted to the presence of all metal. It is usually called pernicious anemia. Vitamin B6 is also known as pyridoxine, is a very important vitamin that is important for brain development and for keeping the nervous system and the immune system healthy. That is the food resources such as vitamin 6 or pyridoxine is a very important vitamin that is important for the brain development and for keeping the nervous system healthy and immune system healthy. Food sources of the vitamin B6 are the fish, potato, chickpeas, bananas, etc. विटामिन D3 क्या होता है? पॉलीकैल्सिफेरॉल है, वो एर्गोकैलिकैल्सिफेरॉल का एडिटिव एर्गोकैलिकैल्सिफेरॉल ठीक है. Vitamin D3 polycalciferol, that is the fat soluble vitamin that help the body to absorb calcium and phosphorus, which is important for brain. Vitamin B1 oranges से गलत not correctly matched. Vitamin B1 oranges, vitamin D cod liver oil, vitamin E और vitamin K alpha. Vitamin B1 oranges है, vitamin B1 it is a water soluble that is present in milk, pork, fishes, bean, peas and lentil and the upper layer of the rice. The efficiency of this cause very diseases. Oranges contains a small amount of vitamin B1. Green.
Yes, oranges do contain a small amount of vitamin B1, which is also called iron. A medium-sized orange provides about 10% of the daily recommended amount.
ठीक है. विटामिन B1 oranges से मिल सकता है. That is vitamin D, polyphenol, vitamin E, that is the wheat germol and vitamin K alpha. It is a water soluble vitamin that is present in the milk, pork, oranges, fish, bean, peas and the lentil and the upper layer of the rice. Deficiency of this vitamin causes very disease symptoms, muscular pain, dull skin, excessive weakness. Vitamin D or the calciferol. It is the vitamin D or the calciferol. क्या होता है इसमें कि sunshine होता है और the pores man vitamin. It is also known as the that help in the absorption of calcium and magnesium and phosphorus. Good liver oil, fish liver oil and many other rich source. It is formed by the skin in the presence of sunlight. It is formed by the skin in the presence of sunlight. So this vitamin D for the rivers, pigeon shaped chest, bow shaped legs, and children and stimulation and adults. Vitamin E, that is tocopherol, it is needed for the healthy sexual life. It is required for the young and the growing skin and young long hair, and hence it is also known as beauty vitamin. Liver oil, olive oil, vegetable oil, sprouts, water soot, almonds, milk, veg, etc. The deficiency of vitamin also in skin and protein is called the anti-sterotic vitamin. Vitamin K or the phyloquinone. Vitamin K is also called anti-hemorrhage vitamin, helps in the blood clotting. The resource of the vitamin is in alpha, broccoli and spinach. Is formed in the large bioequivalently of the cost, showing the best example of symbiosis too. Hemorrhage means excessive loss of blood from the body. That is hemorrhage. Vitamin B1 is a slight amount of the is present in orange too. जो following page is not correctly matched. Retinol 0% tocopherol very गलत है. tocopherol क्या है विटामिन E में? साइनोक्लोराइन एनीमिया खाता है और एर्गोकैल्सिफेरॉल से ही सब. विटामिन E retinol causes nectalopia, that is low vision and dim light, ophthalmia, that is conjunctivitis, abnormal dryness of the eyes, and keratomalcia, that drying and clouding of the cornea due to the undernutrition. Nyctalopia hereditary, the low vision in dim light. Xerophthalmia, that is conjunctivitis. Dryness of the eyes. Abnormal dryness of the eyes. Deficiency of the vitamin A, that is retinol, causes nyctalopia, that is low vision in dim light. Xerophthalmia, conjunctive, abnormal dryness of the eye. And the keratomalcia, that is drying and clouding of the cornea due to undernutrition. Vitamin A tocopherol is required for young and growing skin and long hair. It is also important for reproductive health. Vitamin B12 is cyanocobalamin in the formation of RBC in our body. It's a deficiency causes pernicious anemia. A deficiency of vitamin D called calciferol. Calciferol causes energy stored in the liver and muscles in the form of fats. Energy stored in the liver and the muscle. Energy stored in the liver and the muscle in the form of glycogen. Glycogen is a polysaccharide of the glucose. Glycogenolysis is the breakdown of the glycogen to glucose 1-phosphate. It is noted that the glycogen is stored in the skeletal muscles and the liver. Liver found only in the body brain. The liver is the largest gland in the human body. The largest liver produces bile to the globulin present, which is stored in the gallbladder. A small portion under the liver. The liver is responsible for the breakdown of the insulin and the hormone. Breakdown helps in the metabolism of carbohydrates, protein, fats, and lipids. Glucose is the polysaccharide of the glucose. Glycogenolysis is the breakdown of the glycogen to glucose 1-phosphate. The small intestine is the site of the complete digestion of the carbohydrate, protein, and the fat. It receives the secretion of the liver and the pancreas. For this purpose, the first food coming from the stomach is acidic and has to be made alkaline for the pancreatic enzymes to act. Bile juice from the liver completes this inhibition. Muscles का क्या है? The muscles system is an organic system of the so the following is bile is stored in the gallbladder. बनता कहाँ है? Liver में. So the part of the alimentary canal receives bile from the liver. The animal without the red blood cells is कौन सा animal? Earthworm is without the red blood cells. Animal without red blood cells it is an animal and belong to the genus Ferretima. That is although the blood of the earthworm is red colored, but it lacks RBCs. Ferretima, that is exhibit color closed type of the blood vessel system consisting of the blood vessel, capillaries, and heart. Due to the closed circulation, blood is confined to the heart and blood vessels. Which of the following does not have any enzyme in its cells? Does not have any enzyme in its cells. Lichen, bacteria, virus, or algae. Virus. All the lichen, viruses, bacteria, and algae have enzymes in their cells. Okay, yeah. Which of the following does not have enzymes in their cells? That is, all have. Okay? These has numerous enzymes which help them to survive and perform several functions. They are also produce such enzymes which are very significant to us, and most important among them is the restriction endonuclease, which cleaves DNA into fragment at a specific near specific weaknesses and within a molecule known as the restriction site. For this reason, very beautifully written. For this reason, they are indispensable tools of recombinant DNA technology, genetic engineering. Bacteria also secrete enzymes which plays a major role in developing the antibiotic resistance among them. Bacteria contain numerous enzymes which help them to survive and perform various several functions. They also produce enzymes which are very significant to us, and most important among them is the restriction endonucleases, which cleaves DNA into fragments at or near a specific recombination site within molecule known as the restriction site. For this reason, they are indispensable tools of recombinant DNA technology. For this reason, they are indispensable tools of recombinant DNA technology genetic energy. For this reason, they are indispensable tools of recombinant DNA technology. But also the enzymes which plays a major role in the developing the antibiotic and the resistance among them. Bacteria also the enzymes which plays a major role in developing the antibiotic resistance among them. And developing the antibiotic resistance among them. These produce enzymes that assist them with their metabolic processes, and some algal enzymes have biology prospect also. This is a material relation between the algae and the fungi. Algae provide food to fungi while the fungi protect the algae through its needle-like structure. Lichens and some bioindicator that is especially for the SO2. Lichen contains several enzymes which assist them in hydrolysis. Viruses are subject upon the enzymes, so there were some have developed their own enzymes on their body surface or inside the viral protein. Some have developed their own enzymes on their lichens क्या होता है are capable of initiating ecological succession even on a bare rock is actually a semantic association of the algae and fungi. Lichens are a complex life form that is symbiotically partnership of two separate organisms, a fungi and algae. The dominant partner is the fungus, which gives the lichen the majority of its characteristics from its thallus shape to its fruiting body. The algae can be neither a green algae or a blue algae, otherwise known as they do not have any They do not have any root stems or the leaves, and their chloroplasts are contained only in the algae on the top sudden surface of the lichen. They provide a mode of survival in harsh environment where the algae cannot normally survive. So since the fungus can protect the algae, they need normally water requiring organism can live in dry, sunny climate without dying. These most organisms appear in the areas of the primary succession and are known as binary species in the area that have not been previously occupied by a community. They have the ability to absorb pollutant from the atmosphere. Any heavy metals or the carbon or the sulfur or the other pollutant in the atmosphere are absorbed into the lichen thallus, which lead to a change in its color. Hence, lichens are also natural indicator of pollution, especially since they are more sensitive to sulfur dioxide. Hence, lichen are often called the natural indicators, mostly the sensitive to sulfur dioxide. In lichen and chlorophyll containing partner living together, that is the algae and the fungus. The smallest organism capable of autonomous growth and reproduction is mycoplasma. Mycoplasma is a genus of bacteria. The cell wall is absent in mycoplasma. Cell wall is absent in mycoplasma. It can survive the oxygen in various shapes. The term mycoplasma from Albert Frank in 1889. Mycoplasma lack a nucleus and other membrane bond organic cytoplasm भी नहीं है इसमें और survive without oxygen. ठीक है. Virus is a sub microscopic infectious agent that replicates only inside the living cell of an organism. Bacteriophages viruses that infect the bacteria that are usually double-stranded DNA viruses. Bacteriophage viruses that infect the bacteria, they are usually double-stranded DNA viruses. Who discovered DNA? ठीक है, no one. This is one of the mystery in eating system by the Swiss biologist. वाटसन ने क्लिक किया था डबल हेलिक्स में रिकॉर्डमेंट किए थे प्रिंसिपल ऑफ हेरिडिटी. इसके फादर जेनेटिक को था जॉनसन. When the word genes which is responsible for the variation have been पुराना क्या किए थे, discover the mechanization for the synthesis of RNA with defined combination of nucleotide which help to decipher the genetic code. He also discovered DNA ligase enzyme which joins newly synthesized DNA to form a seamless strand. In addition, he was awarded the Nobel Prize along with the Holle and the Nederland for their work on the genetic code. To synthesize the DNA in vitro, that is Arthur Kornberg. Arthur Kornberg was the first person to have synthesized the DNA in vitro. He was the first to isolate the DNA polymerase enzyme in the bacteria, separate the enzyme that assembles DNA from its component and use it to synthesize artificial DNA. A similar example was done by the cellular who synthesized the enzyme for nucleotide for small fibrils from the regular butter NLD and is used to synthesize 400 nucleotide entities. The Nobel Prize in the Physiology of the Medicine 1959 was awarded to the Sundayova and Arthur Kornberg for the discovery. Of the mechanism. मिसर ऐसे डिस्कवर किया था सिंथेसाइज इन विट्रो जो किए थे वो आर्थर कॉर्नबर्ग. ठीक है. For the discovery of the mechanism in the biological synthesis of ribonucleic acid and deoxyribonucleic acid. Minister for deoxyribonucleic acid DNA is commonly found in two cell organelles of the human body. The nucleus, also called as brain of the cells, the structure of the DNA is a double helix. It carries genetic structure for the development, functioning, growth and reproduction of all known organisms and many viruses. DNA is organized into long structures called chromosome. DNA is organized into long structures called chromosome. DNA is organized into long structures called DNA is organized into long structure called chromosome. DNA is organized into long structure called chromosome. DNA was described as a predecessor component of DNA and sugar, ribosugar, phosphate is the backbone of the DNA and the nitrogen base. Who was the first to discover a cell in cell DNA polymerase? So the DNA provides information for a protein. Gene is a basic unit to the genes. Gene can acquire mutation in their sequence leading to different variants known as alleles. The inner population of the world was found by Jonathan. The most gene contains the information required to make proteins that deliver the gene grows into protein is a complex phenomenon in culture of post-studied transcription and translation, which combine facilitates gene expression. Chromosomes are thread-like structures in which DNA is tightly packed within the nucleus. In humans, each cell normally contains 23 pairs of the chromosome for a total of 46. Cloning क्या होता है? Cloning of the animals are being produced through the practice of biotechnology. ठीक है. Biotechnology is a technology that utilizes a biological system that is the living organism or part of this to develop or create different product. That is a dolly, the sheep was the first clone. Samrupa, the world first Muda buffalo, a type of the water buffalo calf cloned in India. Zoology is the scientific study of the embryos and the development. जायगोट से एम्ब्रियो बनता है. ठीक है. कार्ल एर्नेस्ट बेयर, कार्ल एर्नेस्ट बॉर्न Beer is known as the father of the modern embryology. That is the study of the scientific facts of the heredity and variation is known as the genetic. Because man is known as the father of genetic heredity. The phenomenon of the offspring inheriting the parental trait is known as heredity. The phenomena of the offspring inheriting the parental trait is known as heredity. Ecology होता है रामदेव मिश्रा के द्वारा, who was the father of the ecology in India, that is Ramdev Mishra. It is a subject that is the interaction among organism and between the organism and its physical abiotic environment. Sex chromosomes of the female birds are represented by ZW. Sex chromosomes of the female bird are given by ZW. Sex chromosome is a type of the chromosome involved in the sex determination. Humans are most other animals have two sets. X and Y. X. ठीक है, फीमेल्स मेल्स में जेड है और इसमें उल्टा होता है. फीमेल्स में ZW है और मेल में जेड. ठीक है, दोनों उल्टा होता है. What kind of organism are fungi? Fungi are saprophytes. Fungi is a member of the group of the eukaryotic organism that include organisms such as the yeast and the molds as well as the more familiar mushroom. Fungi were earlier included in the plant kingdom, that is, but due to the absence of the chlorophyll, they have been separated. Global and are omnipresent. That obtain food from it and the decaying bodies of the animal are called sulfate plant. That is carnivorous. Animal that feed upon other animals are called carnivorous. Animal that feed upon other animals are carnivorous. Example, that is the lizard, tiger, lion, tiger, lizard is a omnivorous. That is the animals of the animal that eat both animals and plant. Example, dog, cat. ये सब herbivores जानते हैं. What color is the blood of crayfish? Crayfish का क्या color है? Blue है. The color of the body of the crayfish is blue due to the copper-based pigment, that is hemocyanin. They are low in calories and a good source of protein and provides many essential vitamins and minerals. Which of the following is found in both in the cells of mango plant and the monkey cell membrane? Mainly made up of the protein and the lipid chloroplasts are the chlorophyll containing organelles in plant cells. Centrioles are the primarily involved in forming two structures, centrosomes and the cilia, found only in the animal cell. The cell wall are not found in animal cell. The cell wall is an outer layer that is surrounding certain cells that are outside of the cell membrane. Cell wall are found in all plant cells from the bacteria, algae and some archaea. A plant cell is made of have cell wall that are made from the salicylic acid. Diatom algae have cell wall that is made of diatom algae and salicylic acid. Diatom, that is the algae called salicylic acid. Diatom algae have cell wall that are made from the salicylic acid. Diatom algae have cell wall that are made from the salicylic acid. The cell walls of the fungi contain chitin, which is a glucose reactant that is similar in structure to cellulose. Diatom algae have cell wall that are made from the siliceous acid. Okay? And diatoms algae have cell wall that are made from siliceous acid. हर सितारा चमकदार नहीं होता, हर समुद्र हर सितारा चमकदार नहीं होता है, हर समुद्र गहरा नहीं होता. दोस्त सोच समझ के करना मेरे भाई, हर खूबसूरत चेहरा भगवान. वाह 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 वाह. पढ़ाई पे ध्यान दो. Don't waste your time. Diatoms have cell wall that are made from the silicylic acid. The cell wall of the protein contains chitin, which is a glucose derived that is similar in the structure to the cellulose. ठीक है. And the chloroplast are present only in the plant cell. Cell membrane and the plasma membrane is present in both plant and animal cell. Cell membrane that is plasma is present in both plant and animal cell. Cell membrane या plasma, cell membrane and plasma is present in both plant and animal cell. The plant cell is usually but animal cell is irregular or round. समुद्र सभी गहरे होते हैं. यस, समुद्र सारे गहरे होते हैं. डीप ओशियंस इसलिए कहा जाता है उसको. Which one of the following is the character of the chloroplast which makes them qualified for cell replication, self-replication? Presence of the DNA and the RNA. The electron transport system is located in metabolic pathway through which the electron passes through metabolic pathway through which the electron passes from one carrier to another is known as the electron transport system. It is present in the inner mitochondrial membrane, that is cristae. ETS is utilized in synthesizing ATP, that is adenosine triphosphate. With the help of the ATP synthesis, a mitochondrial enzyme. ETS is utilized in synthesizing ATP, that is adenosine triphosphate, with the help of the ATP synthesis. ETS is utilized in synthesizing ATP. ETS is utilized in synthesizing ATP. ETS is utilized in synthesizing ATP, adenosine triphosphate, with the help of the ATP synthesis of mitochondrial. Okay, a mitochondrial enzyme. ATP is the source of the chemical energy in the cells. The term mitochondria was coined by Carl Benda in 1800, but was discovered Albert von Kolliker. Mitochondria was discovered by Anton von Kolliker in 1857. It is named a powerhouse of the cell. A phrase coined by the Philip Sieber in 1927. Albert von Kolliker दिया था उसका term discovered. The term powerhouse was given by Philip Sieber. That is known as the matrix of the cytoplasm. It is also stage or crystal. It is found in the membrane of the mitochondria that aid in the production of the ATP molecules. That is the electron transport system occur in UPSC aspirants 121. ये WhatsApp. आई एम गुड. तुम बताओ कैसे हो? हाँ जी, आते हैं. अच्छे देखेंगे, पढ़ लेंगे. Electron transport system is located in cristae of the mitochondria. The powerhouse of the cell is the mitochondria. The membrane of the organism present in the cytoplasm of the all eukaryotic cell that produce adenosine triphosphate. The main energy molecules used by the cell protein is the powerhouse of the cell. They essentially function as the cell's digestive system. In addition to producing energy, mitochondria store calcium for cell signaling activities, generate heat, and mediate cell growth and death. Feet of the lizard act like moving pads, drilling pads, suction pad. It helps them to move on the walls. Some species of the lizard have webbed feet to glide in the areas of landing. Webbed feet. Lizard inhabiting desert have मैं यूडीसी का क्या आया हुआ है, अच्छा सी रखा हुआ सबसे सीरियस सुना नहीं, कंपेरिजन बहुत कम है। यूडीसी होता क्या है एग्जैक्टली? यूडीसी Rejuvenating desert have sharp claws and help them to dig holes and burrows and search for the food while in some species these sharp claws assist them to climb trees. Water deciding have webbed to making them to swim. These are regarded as fundamental unit of life in part because they come in discrete and easily identifiable bundles. That's because all cells are surrounded by structure known as which, like the house walls, act as a clear barrier between the cell's internal and external environment. Between the cell membrane also be referred as the plasma membrane. But for this cell is 65 by 60 while observing a thin slice of cork under the microscope and microscope was the first to observe living cells like the bacteria and the protozoa using the simple microscope. Prokaryotes found organisms like bacteria and archaea, ligatory nucleus and membrane-bound organelles. लेवल 4 का डिविजनल ड्रग सेंट्रल लेवल पे born in plant animal and the fungi and protist plant animal fungi and protist prokaryotes archaea and the bacteria और ये यूकैरियोट्स में ओके आज चेक कर लेंगे। Found in plant, animal, fungi, and the protists have a two nucleus and membrane-bound organism. Cell theory was given as Sweden and so on. That is all. Virchow बोला था कि all cells arise from pre-existing cell. The factor in the formation of new species are the factors in the formation of the new species are factors कौन सा होगा? Competition and variation, isolation and competition, competition and mutation, isolation and mutation. The factor in the formation of new species are isolation and mutation. Isolation and mutation are the two of the factors in the formation of the new species. Isolation मतलब कि refer to the system where the different species may live in the same area but the properties of individuals prevent them from interbreeding. Mutation is the change in DNA-based behavior due to the various environmental factors such as UV light or mistakes during the DNA replication. Mutation is a long-term irreversible process. That is, the UODS was given by UODS. Okay, bye. So central here, the most visited. ओके देखे थे हम वो वाला बट कैसे जाएंगे वहाँ एग्जाम देने इन्फॉर्मेशन डाउनलोड होगी. Variation is the phenomenon that actually is the measure of the differentiation of the progeny with respect to the parents. Variation universal species to survive by causing individual of a species to be genetically and physically different. Genetic variation, the type of variation is passed from one parent to the offspring via genes during the production. Environmental variation, some variation is the impact result of the variation in their surrounding or तो the factor in the formation of new species कब बनेगा जब mutation होगा और उसके बाद isolation होगा. पहले isolation होगा फिर mutation होगा. What are the salt loving plant are known as halophytes. Halophytes are salt tolerant plants such as in the mangrove swamp, marshes situations like. मेजोफाइट्स क्या होता है? प्लांट दैट कैन सर्वाइव इन मॉडरेट क्लाइमेट. मेजो है तो मिडिल वाला में, ठीक है. कॉर्न हो गया, रोज हो गया, क्लोवर हो गया, स्क्वैश हो गया. ग्लाइकोफाइट्स पैनिक अंडर सॉल्ट स्ट्रिप कंडीशन ड्यू टू लिमिटेड सॉल्ट टॉलरेंस. जैसे कि बीन्स है और राइस है, क्रॉप है. जीरोफाइट्स क्या होता है? इज कंडीशन स्पेशल प्लांट दैट हैज द एडेप्टेशन टू सर्वाइव इन एरिड environments such as the desert or the snow covered region in the Alps or in the Arctic. That is the popular are cacti, cactus, pineapple and some genus for plant. Fungi are plant that lack Fungi are the plant that lack chlorophyll. Fungi are the plant that lack chlorophyll. The fungi constitute a unique kingdom of heterotrophic organisms. They prefer to grow in warm and humid places. The most fungi are heterotrophic and absorb soluble. अभी तक तो कोई डेट्स का था पता नहीं है डेट सी क्या होता है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली सितंबर तक में हो जाएगा बोला गया है ऐसा अगर सितंबर में नहीं हुआ तो डायरेक्ट दिसंबर के बाद ही होने का है चांसेस क्योंकि फ्लड ब्लड अगर आ गया तो बहुत चांसेस लो है डेली टारगेट्स रखो यू विल बी एबल टू स्टडी अरे यार डोंट रीड मैसेजेस प्लीज डोंट तो कुछ वैसा बोल नहीं रहा था Fungi are the plant that lack chlorophyll. The fungi constitute a unique kingdom of heterotrophic organisms. They prefer to grow in warm and humid places. The most fungi are heterotrophic and absorb soluble organic matter from dead substrate and hence are called saprophyte. Those that depend on living plant animals are all parasites. They can also live as symbiont in association with algae and the fungi and as lichens and with the roots of the higher plant that is mycorrhiza. They can also live as a symbiotic in association with the pollination is best defined as the germination of the pollen grains, transfer of the pollen from the anther to the stigma. Pollination is best defined as the transfer of the pollen from the anther to the stigma. The anther and the filament are the main part of the anther and the filament are the main part of the anther and the filament are the main part of the male part of the plant while the stigma and style and the ovary are the female part. The base depend on the transfer of the pollen grain from the anther to stigma. Anther and the filament are the male part of the plant while the stigma and style and the ovary are the female part of the plant. Anther and the stigma together are called the stamen, while the stigma, style and the ovary together are called the pistil or the cup. Anther and the filament together called the stamen, while the stigma, style and the ovary together called the pistil or the carpel. Together called the pistil or the carpel. I follow Eduteria का and I दृष्टि Eduteria और I दृष्टि is the best for the BPSC and UPSC exam, UPPSC exam. Two types of the pollination, self-pollination, that is the self-pollination occur when pollen grain fall directly from one another. Self-pollination occurs when pollen grain falls directly from one from another into the stomach. Conference is the transfer of the pollen gland from the anther of the flowers into the stigma of the another flower. The process of cross pollination requires the help of the biotic and abiotic agent like the animal birds, wind, insect, and water. Pollen gland is a body substance produced by a flower of the seed plant. It consists of pollen gland that produce pollen and sperm cells. The function of the pollen gland is to carry or transmit the gamete of the plant. The transfer of the pollen gland from the anther of the plant to the stem of the plant. Saffron is the stigma of the plant. Hing is obtained from the root of the plant. Hing is obtained from the root of the plant. Hing is obtained from the root of the plant. Hing is obtained from the root of the plant. Consider the following kind of the organism. That is the bat, bird's bee. Bat, bird, bee. Bat, bird, bee. Pollinating water passes from the soil into the root by physical process. So transpiration pattern. Water passes from the soil into the root. Soil into the root. Soil into the root and soil into the root. It is the osmosis. That's actually the diffusion of water across and differential alternative the membrane of the root attaches into the membrane. The cell sap inside the vacuoles has a low water concentration. Cell sap inside the vacuole has a low water concentration which supply the strong solution. Water passes from the soils into the root layer cells by osmosis from the region of the high concentration soil in this case to the region of the root in this case. The cell sap inside the vacuole has a lower water concentration. From the lower water concentration, which occurs a strong solution. The cell sap inside the vacuole has a lower concentration of strong solution, which implies strong. Transpiration. Transpiration is a procedure in which the physical loss of the water occurs in the form of water vapor. So, and the leaves. That take place in our plant cell and its process. It makes the surface of the leaves and the from sunburn. It also support nutrients from the soil into the roots and carry them to the various from the soils into the roots. It also transport the nutrients from the soil into the roots. It also transport nutrients from the soil into the roots and carry them to the various cells of the plant. And evaporation is a physical process and occurs on the surface of the plant, and any water bodies including ocean, river, lakes, ponds, and even on the soil. This is completely a fast process. Pine, fir, spruce, cedar, larch, and cypress are famous timber building plants, and several also occur wide in the hilly region of India all along to the gymnosperm are a group of plants that produce seed not enclosed within the ovary of a fruit. The stem of the gymnosperm can be branched or long. The thick fructified needle-like leaves and sunken stomata reduces the rate of the water flows in this plant. They do not produce flower. Typical icon of gymnosperm. Cycas, Pinus, Araucaria, Puja, Cedrus, Pisa, is found in the foliage. A seed is produced by flowering plant and is enclosed within the ovary and is hardwood. Leaves are flat in shape, green like the rice, wheat, and corn. Vegetables like the tomato, eggplants, or potatoes. Like the roses, lilies, and flower. Fruit like the apple, guava, or jackfruit. The alkaloid extracted from the tobacco leaves are nicotine. Nicotine is the primary alkaloid found in the tobacco leaf, accounting for 96% of the total alkaloid content. Non-nicotine, aminobacin, and anandamine, quinine, and the myosamine. In the night time, it is advised not to sleep under the tree because they liberate carbon dioxide. This patient advantage is an ongoing process that releases CO2 during the heat. That is speed where oxygen is and shortage of poultry. Insectivorous plants grow in soil deficient in nitrogen. Venus flytrap. The system of the plant helping distributing food to all parts of the plant. It also helping shaping the plant, storing the food. More than one of the main function of the stem is spreading out the branches, building leaves, flowers, and fruit. It conducts water, mineral, and photosynthesis. The some stem perform the function of storage of food, support protection, and of vegetative flow. Underground system of the potato, ginger, turmeric, the marking twigs are modified to store food in them. Potato, ginger, turmeric, Jamaican, Caucasian. The plant of arid region modify their stems into platted poinsettia or Festus landica euphorbia. Structure will prevent water loss. They contain chlorophyll and there is turmeric powder is obtained from the swallow of the turmeric. That is the none of the rhizome is made by the drying and grinding the rhizome of the turmeric plant. That is Curcuma longa. The rhizome is a non-stem, not a root, which store nutrient and give rise to the shoot and the roots. The bright yellow color, orange color, and the medicinal ovaries or turmeric comes from the curcumin found in the rhizome. Curcumin. Air pollution effects are usually found on leaves. Plant leaves are directly exposed to pollutants which may affect their stomata opening and closing. Through this pollution causes acid and pollution to progressive yellowing of the leaves. It is noted that the chloramalism is the main portion of the chlorophyll. Due to The amount of the stomata of it due to the change in the amount of water in the cells, position in relation to the protein position in the cell, amount of water in the cells, percent of transmitted that is equal loss of water according to the stomata of cells. Process of transportation that is evaporation of water of the stomata force. So when we are processing the stomata, with the change in the turgidity of the guard cell, when turgidity increase the stomata open, which while in case of urine turgidity get closed. Which of the following is not a component of chlorophyll? Which of the following is not a component of chlorophyll? Which of the following is not a component of chlorophyll? A calcium is not a component of chlorophyll. Component of chlorophyll are carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and magnesium. Magnesium is required for chlorophyll production. Photosynthesis is the process by which plant transform their energy into chemical and depend on chlorophyll pigment. It helps in the conversion of carbon dioxide and water into glucose, sugar, and oxygen. Mostly in the red and good cell of that. A deficiency of phosphorus leads to intense green coloration or reddening of the leaves. A deficiency of the phosphorus leads to intense green coloration or the reddening of the leaves. Deficiency of nitrogen leads to standing growth. Workers को प्राप्त is used to measure plant growth, जिसको JEE बोस discover किए थे. Which of the following is the chlorophyll in the photosynthesis is used for? The chlorophyll in photosynthesis is used for absorbing light. During photosynthesis, green plant absorbs carbon dioxide. Which of the following above is spread plant disease? What yoga does blooming yoga, rain yoga, wind blowing yoga. Disease that attack the leaves of the plant are primarily spread by wind, but they can also move to nearby plant by taking their diet on splashing water or dropping from. Again, there is the main present on the lateral side of the stems include in the permanent tissue towards secondary growth of the plant. Some is in inversion, but one is bad at the moment. Outside the physical medical under the probably the component plant with the diet that which is not a two-root apple. stored in cold chamber exhibit longer storage because क्या हुआ जानती है माँ नहीं लगा हमको और को मेरा legal as it did not have more physical limitations. Background in graduation understand the can't propagate the vegetability also the people of living. Giving rise to roots as well as roots, it is a native to the Southeast Asia and is well known for its pronouncement rhizome. It runs parallel to the ground. The upper portion can produce scaly leaves and the rhizomatous roots. Which of the following statement is correct regarding the gender difference between plants and animals? Plants do not have plasma membrane unlike animal cell to collect protoplasma. That is, the mature plant cell have one large vacuolus and animals have a small vacuolus cell. Cell shape or plants or animal cells is separate square or rectangular in shape, irregular or round in shape, scale or the rectangular in shape, irregular or round in shape. Square or rectangular in shape, irregular or plants have the cell wall as well as cell membrane. In plant cells, the cell wall surrounds the cell membrane. This gives the plant cell a semi-rectangular shape. Animal cells simply have a cell membrane but no cell wall. Vacuole. The plants contains a large singular vacuole that is used for storage and maintaining the cell of the shape of the cell. Animal cell have Which one of the following is the process involved in photosynthesis? Potential energy released to form free energy. Free energy is converted into potential energy. Free energy converted to potential energy and stored. Yes. And photosynthesis is the process by which a plant uses sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide to create oxygen and energy in the form of glucose. By converting energy of sunlight free energy to a useful form of chemical energy type of potential energy. Stored energy molecules. Legumes are highly nutritious because they are rich in protein. Legumes are Leguminosity or the fabaceous plant and its seed or the fruit. It is considered used as a drug when used as a drug. They are commonly planted for research food or used for the labs or used for the plant of beans. Beans, peas, soya beans, chickpeas, lentils, peanuts, lupins, carob, mesquite, tamarind, clover, and alfalfa for producing because it contains symbiotic nitrogen fixing bacteria, that is the Agrobacter, known as the root nodules. Legumes are the best source of the protein in the plant. Legumes are the common food source in many underdeveloped nations. They are available and highly nutritious. February 10 is known as the World Pulses Day. So the following are nitrogen fixation plants. अल्फाल्फा है, चिकपी है, अल्फाल्फा चिकपी और क्लोवर। अल्फाल्फा चिकपी और क्लोवर, अल्फाल्फा चिकपी और यदि हम लोग कर लेंगे एक ना एक दिन जल्दी, है ना दीदी, कल मैं जल्दी आ जाएगी। हाँ जी, फॉर श्योर, कोई शक ही नहीं है इसमें तो। Clover क्या है? Clover is a spices obtained from which part of the plant? That is the clover and a bud से flower bud, ठीक है। Clover is a spice named representing small reddish brown dried flowered buds of Syzygium aromaticum of the family Myrtaceae, known as to be native of the Maluku island, often known as the Spice Island of Indonesia, treated by humans. First group of spices commercially harvested in Indonesia, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, as well as the Europe, African countries such as the Comoro Island, Madagascar, Seychelles, and the Tanzania. The byproduct of the photosynthesis is photosynthesis generates both oxygen and glucose, but mostly oxygen from three basic components: sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide. Solar energy is harnessed as chemical energy during the photosynthetic process, which convert water and carbon dioxide into glucose. As a byproduct, oxygen is emitted. 6 CO2 plus 6 H2. 6 CO2 plus 6 H2 gives 6 C6H2. याद रखना कि O2 ज़्यादा बनता है ग्लूकोज के कंपेयर। In this chemical reaction, CO2 is get reduced to glucose. O2 is get oxidized to release oxygen. So the photosynthesis reaction is an oxidation reduction process. In the chloroplast, which contain chlorophyll, the green pigment chlorophyll is located within the thylakoid membrane and the space between the thylakoid. Overall, the green pigment chlorophyll is located within the thylakoid membrane, and the space between the thylakoid and the chloroplast is called stroma. CO2 enters the leaves through hole present called the stomata. Opening and closing of the stomata are controlled by the potassium. It is noted that in the process of photosynthesis, solar energy gets converted into chemical energy. What is main product of photosynthesis process? ग्लूकोज बनता है और ऑक्सीजन बनता है। C6H12O6 plus 6O2 Chlorophyll absorbs dash light, that is the red and blue lights. Red and the blue lights. ठीक है. Solar energy is converted into ATP in mitochondria. नहीं गलत. Solar energy is converted into ATP in chloroplast. Solar energy is converted into chemical energy in chlorophyll through photosynthesis. Chlorophyll is present in the grana of the क्लोरोप्लास्ट होता है, पिगमेंट होता है, एलिमेंट नहीं. हिंदी नहीं जानते, यूपीएससी को हिंदी में क्या करते हैं? सेवा, सर्विस सेवा. पता नहीं, तुम ही बता दो. अच्छा, एलिमेंट मैग्नीशियम, इधर मॉन, हाँ मैग्नीशियम सही है. उनको लगा पिगमेंट पूछ रहे हो. Solar energy is converted to the chemical energy in chlorophyll through photosynthesis. Chlorophyll is present in the grana of the chloroplast. Present in the chlorophyll through the present in the grana of the chloroplast. Magnesium is the main constituent of the chlorophyll. Photosynthesis was discovered by the scientists in greenhouse, and it can replace the presence of light and in the absence of light too. The photosynthesis which takes place in light is in the absence of the light is called the dark reaction. Will discover Melvin Kelvin. The dark reaction takes place in the stroma of the chloroplast. ऐसे जो light reaction में लगा हुआ chlorophyll represent होता है वो grana of the chloroplast. chloroplast और ये stroma में होता है. This would be that the photosynthesis predominantly happens in the visible light of 38006 and 600. Carotenoid. Bio. It is 380638007600 double एकदम 38007600 angstrom. Chloroplast is known as the kitchen of the plant cell. That is comprised a double membrane in which chlorophyll, xanthophyll, carotene and magnesium are present in liquid material known as the stroma or the matrix. Chloroplast is a double membrane structure in which chlorophyll, xanthophyll, carotene and magnesium are present in liquid material known as the stroma or the matrix. Peroxisomes are small vesicle single membrane bond organelles found in eukaryotic cell which contain digestive enzymes for the breakdown of the toxic material in the cell and oxidative. Found in the eukaryotic cell which contain digestive enzymes for the breakdown of toxic material in the cells and oxidative membrane. Actual site of the dark reaction in the inside the chloroplast is the stroma और ऐसे जो होता है वो ग्रेना क्लोरोप्लास्ट के नाम रहता है. लेकिन स्ट्रोमा में ही स्टोर रहता है सब कुछ. दैट इज द क्लोरोप्लास्ट, xanthophyll, carotene and magnesium. व्हाट इज द क्लोरोप्लास्ट? क्लोरोप्लास्ट का सेल मेम्ब्रेन, प्लांट सेल का सेल मेम्ब्रेन, सेल वॉल. द टर्म प्रोटोप्लास्ट वाज कॉइन्ड बाय तर्कस BCW तर्कस. बायो की स्टडी हो रही है. पावर हाउस ऑफ द सेल होता है. इट इज द मोस्ट बेसिक क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम द बायो. what is the protoplasm? That is the protoplasm. What is a protoplasm? प्लांट सेल का सेल वॉल. प्लांट सेल का प्रोटोप्लास्ट क्या है? प्लांट सेल का सेल वॉल. टर्म protoplasm was coined by Einstein and it illustrated as the phenomenon. It is illustrated as the plasma lamina. It is illustrated as the plasma lamina, which is found in every cellulosic cell wall of the plant cell. They can be the cells of the fungi, plant, or the bacteria. It is illustrated as the plasma lemma, which is found in every cellulosic cell wall of the plant cell. The term protoplasm was coined by Einstein in 1880. It is illustrated as the plasma lemma, which is found in every cellulosic cell wall of the plant cell. The plasma lemma, which is found in every cell of the plant cell. They can be cells of the fungi, plant, and the bacteria. Discover of nucleus. Which one? सेल का तो जानते हैं, रॉबर्ट हुक. न्यूक्लियर का कौन किया था? पता नहीं. ऑप्शन दो. इतना इजी मत करो. मिस्टर cell of the plant cell. The cell of the fungi, plants, and the हाँ.
बिस्किट सब तो नहीं है.
Protoplasm are plant cells that have their cell wall withdrawn or removed. Protoplasm are the plant cell minus cell wall. The first isolation of the plant protoplasm was achieved by Robert Brown nucleus. The Robert Hooke cell, the Robert Brown nucleus. हाँ, ये जानते हैं. ये सब आता है, चल जाते हैं. इतना इजी नहीं आता और इतना फैक्चुअल भी नहीं आता. स्टडी ऑफ हिस्टोलॉजी. हिस्टोलॉजी स्ट्रक्चर हो गया. गुड इवनिंग. Protoplasm are plant cells that have their cell wall withdrawn. They remove the first isolation of plant to the lab of the cell wall. Protoplasm are a unique experimental system for its review of the structure and the function of the plant cell. A plant bud is a embryonic fruit. Plant bud is a type of tissue that is present at the tip of the branches or at a stem node, which develop is present at the tip of the branches. What is a plant bud? Plant bud is a type of tissue that is present. What is a plant bud? Plant bud is a type of tissue that is present at the tip of the branches or at a stem node, which will develop into a new shoot of the plant. Plant bud is a type of tissue that is present at the tip of the branches or at the stem node, which will develop into a new shoot of the plant. The embryonic shoot is a tiny vascular axis of the embryo emerging post-embryonically as an elaborate and critical infrastructure pervading the entire plant system. The embryonic shoot is a tiny vascular axis of the embryo emerging post-embryonically as an elaborate and critical infrastructure pervading the entire plant system. Plumule is the embryonic shoot of the plant. Radicle is the first part of the seedling. Plumule grows after the radicle. Hello. कौशल एजुकेशन में तो काम तो फ्लैट ही आता है. जैसे तो अच्छे से दिया हूँ मेनली इतना पैसा लेकिन नहीं आता है. पीवाईक्यू को कैसे लिख के पढ़े बताओ.
आदमी को कोर्स के 18 से 25 लाख निकाले और उससे छोट हो लेना पास करना कोई ना उसको मोबाइल से ही करता अपना मोबाइल से बोलेगा तो वो तो गया अब तो जाएगा ऐसे करेगा बोलेगा।
देखो अभी PYQ सॉल्व करें तो उसमें अगर सारे क्वेश्चन को लिख के करेंगे तो टोटल कितना पेज है, 92 पेज है, इसमें से कि 77 कर चुके हैं। टेल मी UPSC 2026 वाला अगर दिए हो तो यू विल नो कि उसमें ऐसा क्वेश्चन है जो कि सर लोग भी सॉल्व नहीं कर पाए एंड दैट इज़ नॉट फैक्चुअल। कॉन्सेप्ट BPSC से आपको बहुत ही एम्बिगुअस, बहुत ज़्यादा एम्बिगुअस
बोलने में क्या आ जाता है
अपना आदमी कोई नहीं करेगा, अपना जो क्लोज है ना कोई नहीं कर देगा, यही बात है और कोई बात नहीं। But typically that is the typically found at the base of the and tip of the branches. A seed contains stores food, seed coat will be all the way.
सोच रहा है कि हम काहे नहीं करना लोग भले सोच उसमें तो पाँच और विपक्ष दोनों नाम है कितने सुविधा प्रॉब्लम तुमको लगता है
A seed contains embryo contains
घट गया
seed is the product of the ripened ovule in the
ऊपर
flowering
से
plant.
सरकार ने
The ovary ripens into the fruit that contains the seed and serves to disseminate. Seed are the product of the ripened ovule in flowering plant. The ovary ripens into a fruit that contains the seed and serves to disseminate it. The angiosperm has enclosed seed and there are naked seed in angiosperm. The angiosperm has enclosed seed. The angiosperm has enclosed seed and there are naked seed. Seed coat are likely, but according to the answer तो सब कुछ है, stored food भी है, embryo है, seed coat भी है, सबसे बेहतर है। The seed coat has two layers, that is the other thick tista and the inner layer is thin and the outer layer is thick and known as tista and the inner layer is thin and known as stegman. UPSC 2026 का तो इतना क्वेश्चन हार्ड था जो एस्पिरेंट को लग रहा था कि इस बार मेरा हो जाएगा, वो लोग भी उनके पीछे रह गए। एंड यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कि उसमें फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन आया था। UPSC में तो फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन बहुत ही कम आता है, दैट टू फ्रॉम द इकोनॉमिक्स पार्ट, सर्वे से आता है, वो सब चीज़ से आता है, ऐसे तो नहीं आता है। और बायो से वैसे भी नहीं आता है, साइंस एंड टेक से आता है। Zertica the scientific name used for the name. Zertica is the scientific name used for the tree in the family Meliaceae. It is one of the two species in the genus. A fruit is क्या है? A product of flower, a product of ovary. Fruit is the species of the dry ripened ovary of the flowering plant enclosed the seed of the false fruit is a fruit in which some of the flesh is not derived from the ovary but some adjacent. The part of the ovary that gives rise to a fruit is ovary. The resulting part of the flower is stamens and the carpels. ठीक है? Fruit is a fleshy or the dry ripened ovary of a flowering plant enclosing in the seed or the seeds. False fruit क्या होता है? Some of the flesh is not derived from the ovary but some adjacent tissue and exfoliate to the कार्बन लाइक द एप्पल जो कि थाइमस होता है, स्ट्रॉबेरी रेसिप्टेकल होता है, और बनाना और पाइनएप्पल एरिल से होता है शायद, पाइनएप्पल नहीं गलत। Two fruits, that is these fruits develop from mature ovaries and form after fertilization. They contain seeds. Some example of the two fruits are mango, maize. Flower is a reproductive social content of the flower.
उतना घूमने में भी बहुत
Will
भी
be
होगा।
blocked.
इससे अच्छा है अपने तरह से चले जाओ।
The production of the new from the plant is known as production. There are several ways by which plant produce their offspring. These are categorized into types: asexual and asexual. Asexual production plant can give rise to a new plant without seed, while in the sexual production, new plants are obtained from the seeds.
आज एक केस कटवा लेता पूरा सा।
In asexual production, plant can give rise to a new plant. Without seed, whereas in sexual reproduction, new plant are obtained from seeds.
पूरा कटवा लेते।
नहीं
पूरा
अच्छा
काट।
अच्छा
परिवार जैसे परिवार का हिसाब करना।
In asexual reproduction, plant can give rise to a new plant without seeds, whereas in
पूरा कैसा हो गया?
vegetative propagation, here new plant are produced from the roots and leaves, and seed reproduction is through the vegetative part of the plant.
की करो चना पुलाल दे दो
Flowers are the reproductive part of the plant. Stamens are the
अरे सुनो।
हाँ।
वो स्कूटर उसका
Please don't spam. हेलो निशांत, बन ही रहा है चाय तो बन ही रहा है अभी तक। The stamen contains anther that produce pollen grains. Male gametes are formed in pollen grains. Male gametes are formed in the pollen grain. Carpel contains the male gamete, the egg inside the ovule, which are within the ovary of a carpel. The stamen contains anther that produce pollen grains. Male gametes are formed in the pollen grain. The carpel contains the female gametes, the egg inside the ovules. Which of the following is not a correct match? Weak stem which cannot stand upright people. Petiole is attached stem to the attached leaf to the weak
नहीं कुछ दे ले पैसा वो लोग ले लेबे।
बिहार का और कुछ डेवलपमेंट हो या ना हो, बट यहाँ बिजली नहीं जाती है। टचवुड।
आर्थिक अनुसार भाड़ा
Is to the plant that connect the stem of the plant to the blade of the limb.
वो चाल करके मैं हमारी तरफ करी सारी मुसलमान गलत धंधा चाहिए समाज की तैयारी
और ये तो करते
जी मैं भी चाय पी रहा हूँ।
करते हो चलता
Do share with me also. टेलीग्राम आईडी इज इन, टेलीग्राम आईडी तो नहीं है, ग्रुप है इम्पोर्टेंट चिट चैट करके, that is posted in my YouTube post. You can go there and join. I am currently targeting BPSC and the equivalent UPPCS. My parents. यूपीपीसीएस जो है थोड़ा सा हार्ड है, थोड़ा क्या बहुत ज़्यादा हार्ड है बीपीएससी के अकॉर्डिंग। पेरेंट्स के अलावा कोई भी मोटिवेशन नहीं हो सकता तुम्हारी लाइफ में, that हमेशा याद रखना चाहिए ये बात को। दे हैव सेक्रीफाइस्ड वे फार मोर, जितना हम लोग कर भी नहीं सकते हैं उनके लिए, कभी नहीं, नेवर। I don't have much idea about BPSC. BPSC इजी ही है, बस कंपटीशन इतना ज़्यादा है दैट मेक्स इट हार्ड। अदरवाइज सारे PCS एग्ज़ाम जितने भी हो रहे हैं ना स्टेट लेवल में, उसके कंपैरिजन बहुत ही इजी है। आई हैव सी कुछ क्वेश्चन हम छत्तीसगढ़ PPSC का बनाए, सॉरी छत्तीसगढ़ PCS का बनाए थे बायो के रिलेटेड। दैट वाज टू मतलब अच्छे क्वेश्चन थे, दैट इज़ बट आई एडमायर्ड सच एज सत्यम गांधी एंड शुभम कुमार बोथ Satyam Gandhi and Shubham Kumar. I don't have any idea about Satyam Gandhi. Zoology. Day10 समस्तीपुर। वीडियो भी देना है क्या आपको? भरे तो थे, इवन मैंने एग्ज़ाम देने भी गया था, अच्छे गए थे मेरे वीडियो के क्वेश्चंस। रीजनिंग के तो सारे क्वेश्चन मेरे बन ही गए थे, मैथ्स के बहुत सारे नहीं बने थे, 5-6 से ऊपर, 5-6 क्या 10 क्वेश्चन नहीं बने होंगे हमको लगता है, दैट्स वाई। अदरवाइज मेरे GS भी अच्छे गए थे। पेपर वाज ठीक था मेरे लिए तो, क्योंकि लास्ट वाला पेपर इजी था कंपैरिजन टू द फर्स्ट 2 एग्जाम जिसको हुआ था फर्स्ट 2। हेलो तमंग। रीजनिंग के लिए हम एक रोदा करके एक चैनल है उससे किए थे, और विक्रम जी सर का जो बुक है उससे पूरा कर लिए थे, उससे ऊपर आया भी नहीं था, उससे बाहर कुछ भी नहीं आया था। इट वॉज बेस्ट। अभी तक तो नहीं दिए हैं, ये SSC CGL तैयारी भी नहीं करते उसके रिलेटेड, सो आई वॉन्ट भी नहीं देने का। विल ट्राई ही कर सकते हैं ना, रेस्ट भगवान के भरोसे छोड़ देते हैं हम लोग। अब जैसे देखो हम दे दिए थे एग्ज़ाम ADO वाला, तो हमको चांसेस था कि मेरा अच्छा गया था, तो लगता था कि कहीं हो जाए, तो इतना आसानी से बस MCQ बेस था, तो आई थॉट कि हो जाएगा, बट एग्ज़ाम ही कैंसिल हो गया। इस बार भी BPSC के लिए तैयारी की अच्छे से, तो सोचे कि चलो ठीक है एग्ज़ाम देंगे अच्छे से, बट पोस्टपोन्ड हो गया। एंड इसकी वजह से बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम होता है, गवर्नमेंट नहीं समझता है, बट बहुत ज़्यादा सेक्रीफाइस करना पड़ता है एक एग्ज़ाम के पढ़ने के लिए। एंड बीपीएससी वाला बस ऐसे ही जब मन करता है पोस्टपोन कर दिया, कैंसिल कर दिया, एनीथिंग दैट अफेक्ट्स अ लॉट। आप लोग तो खुद समझते होंगे बस इस बात को। ये एसओ वाला पोस्ट अच्छा है, इनकम टैक्स इंस्पेक्टर के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मार्क्स चाहिए और उसके लिए मैथ्स बहुत अच्छा, मेरा मैथ्स अच्छा नहीं है। या यू आर राइट दैट चैलेंज आर persistent, but still it's hope for the best। इसके अलावा क्या ही कर सकते हैं। वीडियो का में जीए वाला सेक्शन तो टफ था, तब अच्छा गया, तो योर स्ट्रेंथ जीए। जीएस अच्छा गया था मेरा। कुछ क्वेश्चंस ऐसे थे करंट अफेयर्स के जो कि बहुत ही मतलब थोड़े मतलब ठीक थे, मतलब हमको आता ही नहीं था, जी पढ़े ही नहीं थे उतने अच्छे से, बट अच्छा गया था मेरा फिर भी। और फिर इकोनॉमी का जितना भी क्वेश्चन आया था वो सब बन गया था मेरे से। लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट कि क्वेश्चन अच्छा आए जब भी एग्ज़ाम है। रट्टाफिकेशन में आई एम प्रो, बट जब बोलेंगे कि मैथ्स बनाना है तो आई हैव टू गो थ्रू चैप्टर्स अगेन एंड अगेन, अदरवाइज एमसीक्यू बेस्ड क्वेश्चन में बन ही जाता है मोस्टली। तुक्का वाला नहीं बनता है मेरे से, अगर तुक्का मार दिए तो नहीं ही बनता है मेरे से। दैट हैज़ टू बी रॉन्ग। लक भी मेरा मतलब बहुत ही कम साथ देता है, सो तुक्का हम कभी नहीं मारते हैं। और एलिमिनेटिव भी लॉजिकली मतलब करते हैं। That is stimulating strong growth root mean better water and nutrient absorption, boosting seed germination, helps you to support faster and go steadier. That is the energy transfer in plant. Phosphorus is a key part of the ATP adenosine triphosphate, the energy currency of the cell. The phosphorus is a key part of the ATP adenosine triphosphate, the energy currency of the cell. Development of flowers something later in the cycle. Without sufficient, the plant appears stunted, roots remain weak, and leaf may be mesopurple discoloration. ठीक है। टिप्स फॉस्फोरस की वजह से, ये पोटेशियम की वजह से होता है। हाँ, रेडनिंग और हो जाता है और इंटेंस ग्रीन होता है पोटेशियम की वजह से। एक्टिव रिकॉलिंग क्या करो दीदी? इंस्टॉल डाटाफिकेशन। यस यू आर राइट, एक्टिव रिकॉल ज़्यादा मतलब एफिशिएंट होता है, बट एक्टिव रिकॉल के लिए हमेशा मतलब कोई ना कोई चाहिए, लाइक कोई फ्रेंड जिससे हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं, और लिखना पड़ेगा। ऐसे एक्टिव रिकॉल करेंगे तो फिर बहुत सारा पॉइंट्स है जो कि उनको याद ना रहे, फिर से उसको देखो तो फिर से इसको पढ़ेंगे तो फिर से तो रटना ही पड़ेगा, बट स्टिल एक्टिव रिकॉल बेस्ट है। Potassium improves the overall health, resistance against diseases. Phosphorus promotes early root development, early seedling strength, and overall early growth. Nitrogen leafy vegetative growth. ठीक है. Self-improvement is creative and had to just one goal. ओके आई विल ट्राई. लेकिन अगर घर में ऐसे करेंगे ना तो सबको लगेगा कि ये पागल हो चुकी है. एनर्जी ट्रांसफर इम्प्लांट. बहुत कोई मतलब हेट कमेंट करते हैं कि तुम लाइव आके पढ़ती हो तो डिस्ट्रैक्ट नहीं होती हो. और आप लोगों को नहीं पता होगा कि अगर हम ऐसे बैठ के घर में पढ़ेंगे ना तो हम मतलब कंसंट्रेट कर ही नहीं पाएंगे, क्योंकि घर में इतना ज़्यादा मतलब सब कुछ रस रहता है ना. कभी मम्मी आ गई, कभी पापा आ गए, कभी कोई, तो इसकी वजह से आई एम नॉट एबल टू कंसंट्रेट दैट इफेक्टिवली. तो इसलिए अगर जैसे कोई रहता है तो लगता है कि कोई देख रहा है तो आई हैव टू स्टडी, तो ज़्यादा एफिशिएंटली हम पढ़ पाते हैं. और ऐसे अगर हम जैसे कि लाइब्रेरी से में रहते तो कोई भी लाइव नहीं भी रहते तो फिर भी हम पढ़ लेते, क्योंकि मोटिवेशन हमको मिलता है. अगल बगल जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं जो पढ़ रहे हैं. पागल गई है लड़की. अरे सच में अगर वैसे अगर हम पढ़ने लगे ना तो मम्मी लोग तो ज़रूर बोलेगी कि पागल हो चुकी है, क्या कर रही है ये. हेलो हेलो अंश. Boosting seed germination helps seed to sprout faster and grow sturdier. That is energy transfer in plant. Phosphorus is a key part of ATP, that is the adenosine triphosphate, the energy currency of the cells. Is a key part of the energy currency of the cells. आप किस चीज़ की प्रिपेयर करते हो मुझे बताओ. BPSC के लिए पढ़ रहे हैं, ADO के लिए पढ़ रहे हैं, BSCC के लिए पढ़ रहे हैं, और कौन सा एग्ज़ाम रह गया, यूपी PCS के लिए पढ़ रहे हैं, बहुत सारी चीज़ के लिए पढ़ रहे हैं. राधे राधे, जय श्री राम. Phosphorus is a key part of the ATP, that is adenosine triphosphate, the energy currency of the cells. Development of the flowers and the seeds later in the cycle. Development of the flowers and the seed later in the cycle is a key part of the energy currency of the cell. The energy currency of the cell is a key part of the ATP, the energy currency of the cell. ATP का ट्राइफॉस्फेट, हाँ ये तो जानते हैं. चलो. प्लांट अपीयर स्टंटेड, और फॉस्फोरस स्टंटेड हो जाएगा, रूट स्टेम वीक हो जाएगा, और लीफ जो पर्पल कलरेशन हो जाएगा. ठीक है. यार SI के लिए भी करेंगे, लेकिन अभी तक हम फॉर्म नहीं भरे हैं. नीट ठीक से पढ़ाई पढ़ लो भाई. मैं तो नीट ठीक है, पढ़ लो भाई. ओह गुड. नीट The book Origin of the Species was written by Lee Darwin. The Origin of the Species by Beings of the Natural Selection was written by Charles Darwin in November 1859. He introduced the scientific theory that population evolved over the course of generation through a process of natural selection. Therefore, he is regarded as the father of evolution. Called the father of taxonomy. Jean Pepys Lamarck, he has given the theory of the evolution of life forms. ओवरऑल कर लो. मुझे तुम मिलो ना मिलो, मुझको तुम ना पता. The origin of species by means of the natural selection was written by Charles Robert Darwin in November 1959. He introduced the scientific theory that population evolved over the course of the generation through a process of the natural selection. That is, the population evolved over the course of. He introduced the scientific theory that the population evolved over The Origin of the Species by Means of the Natural Selection. The Origin of the Species by Means of Natural Selection was written by Charles Robert Darwin in November 1859. He introduced the scientific theory that population evolve over the course of generations through a process of natural selection. Therefore, he is called the father of the evolution. ठीक है. Carl Linnaeus, that is the father of taxonomy. Jean Baptiste de Lamarck even gave the theory of evolution of life forms. The term biology was given by Lamarck and Treviranus. Gave the theory of the evolution of life form. Gave the theory of the father of evolution चार्ल्स डार्विन को और जेन बेपिस्टे डे लामार्क को कहा जाता है. That is, he has given the theory of the evolution of life forms. Mental, that is the law of dominance दिए थे, law of segregation दिए थे और law of independent assortment. That is, he has given the Mendel's law of inheritance, जिसमें कि discover the fundamental law of inheritance by experimenting with the pea plants breeding. Law of dominance में क्या होता है? Hybrid offspring will only inherit only the dominant traits. Will only inherit the dominant hybrid offspring will only inherit the dominant traits. Law of segregation. For each state, an individual inherit one factor from each parent. For each trait, an individual inherited one factor from each parent. Law of independent assortment. Each character assort or separate out independent of the factor of another character at the time of the gamete. Biodegradable waste can usually be converted into a useful substance with the help of bacteria. Biodegradable waste can be converted into a useful substance by the process called the bioremediation, which involves organism to remove toxins and the pollution from the soil, water, air, etc. ठीक है. Convert milk into curd, add lactobacillus or the lactic acid. Ferment food product streptococcus. Ferment food product streptococcus or the bacillus. Help in digestion and improving the body's immunity system. That is actinobacteria. Production of the antibiotic which is used in the treatment of the and the prevention of bacterial infection. Streptomyces. Help in digestion and improving the body's immunity system. That is actinobacteria, bacteroidetes, Firmicutes or proteobacteria. Protobacteria, actinobacteria, bacteroidetes or Firmicutes. Production of the antibiotic which is used in the treatment and prevention of the bacterial infection is streptomycin. Production of the antibiotics which is used in the treatment and prevention of the bacterial infection is streptomycin. Help in digestion and improving the body's immunity system. That is actinobacteria, bacteroidetes and the Firmicutes, proteobacteria. Help in digestion and improving the body's immunity system. Actinobacteria. ठीक है. Help in digestion. Ferment food product, that is streptococcus and bacillus. Ferment food products and streptococcus. Wide and narrow. Anything you want to say? But don't spam, otherwise टाइम आउट कर देंगे. Biodegradable waste can be converted into a useful. ये हो चुका है. ठीक है. Help in digestion and improving the body's immunity system. That is actinobacteria, bacteroidetes and the Firmicutes, proteobacteria. Help in digestion and improving the body's immunity system. That is actinobacteria, bacteroidetes, Firmicutes and the proteobacteria. ठीक है. Biodegradable waste can be converted into a useful substance by the process called ferment food product. That is the streptococcus and the bacillus. ठीक है. जो मंडल दिए थे. लॉ ऑफ डोमिनेंस में क्या होता है? हाइब्रिड ऑफस्प्रिंग विल ओनली इनहेरिट द डोमिनेंट ट्रेट्स. लॉ ऑफ सेग्रीगेशन, सेग्रीगेट होता है फ्रॉम ईच ट्रेट एन इंडिविजुअल इनहेरिट वन फैक्टर फ्रॉम ईच पेरेंट. ठीक है. फॉर ईच ट्रेट मतलब कि an individual segregate या inherit one factor from each parent. Law of the independent assortment. Each character assort or separate out independent of the factor of another character at the time of gamete formation and get randomly rearranged in the offspring as both parental character and a new combination of characters. Law of independent assortment में क्या होता है? Each character assort or separate out independent of the factors of another character at the time of gamete formation and get randomly rearranged in the offspring and has both parental character and new combination of character. सबसे पहले देखो लॉ ऑफ डोमिनेंस में क्या होता है कि जो हाइब्रिड ऑफस्प्रिंग है वही डोमिनेट ट्रेड्स को इनहेरिट करेगा। सेग्रीगेशन में है कि इस ट्रेड जो है वो सेग्रीगेट करेगा हाँ एंड इंडिविजुअल इनहेरिट वन फैक्टर फ्रॉम ईच पेरेंट्स। मतलब सेग्रीगेट ईच ट्रेड में क्या होगा, एक जो इंडिविजुअल होगा वो इनहेरिट करेगा दोनों पेरेंट्स से। तो अब इंडिपेंडेंट एसॉर्टमेंट में क्या होगा कि दोनों सेपरेटली जो है ईच कैरेक्टर एसॉर्ट और सेपरेट आउट, मतलब कि ईच जो कैरेक्टर होता है वो सेपरेट आउट, मतलब कि वो सेपरेट आउट इंडिपेंडेंटली ऑफ द फैक्टर्स ऑफ अनदर कैरेक्टर एट द टाइम ऑफ ईच कैरेक्टर एसॉर्ट। अच्छा ईच कैरेक्टर एसॉर्ट और सेपरेट आउट इंडिपेंडेंटली ऑफ द फैक्टर्स ऑफ अनदर कैरेक्टर एट द टाइम ऑफ गैमीट फॉर्मेशन एंड गेट रैंडमली अरेंज इन द ऑफस्प्रिंग। मतलब कि जो भी कैरेक्टर है हर एक कैरेक्टर सेपरेट आउट करेगा इंडिपेंडेंटली ऑफ द फैक्टर्स ऑफ अनदर कैरेक्टर और फिर वो एट द टाइम ऑफ द गैमेट फॉर्मेशन और वो फिर ऑफस्प्रिंग में जाके रेंडमली रीअरेंज हो जाएगा एंड हैज, जिसमें कि दोनों कैरेक्टर रहेगा मदर का और फादर का न्यू कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ कैरेक्टर रहेगा। ठीक है, स्ट्रेप्टोकोकस एंड बैसिलस दैट इज द फर्मेंट फूड प्रोडक्ट्स। ठीक है, helping digestion and improving the body's immunity system, that actinobacteria, bacteroidetes and the Firmicutes proteobacteria. Not door on thread or rope. Not door on thread or rope. गाना अगर सुनेंगे तो फिर बोल पाएंगे, ये बताओ। ये इसीलिए है ताकि मम्मी उधर टीवी देख रही है, आवाज़ ना आए, बस नथिंग एल्स। या आई एम एड्रेस दिस ये दोनों तो खरीदे। ये गिफ्ट मिला था, दैट वन इज फ्रॉम द राजगीर मेला। ये खुद बनाए ये और ये। The antibiotic among the following is penicillin, paracetamol, aspirin, सब है। Both penicillin and aspirin are antibiotics by E option. Antibiotic is a type of antiviral substance active against bacteria and either kills or inhibits the growth of the bacteria. Salman Waxman was the microbiologist who discovered streptomycin and coined the term antibiotic in antibiotic. Therefore, he is known as the father of the antibiotics. Salman Waxman is known as the father of antibiotic. Antibiotic damage the cell wall of the bacteria and thus make them redundant. It is obtained from penicillin, more principally that is the Penicillium chrysogenum and prevents fungus. Penicillin was discovered in 1928 by Scottish scientist Alexander Fleming as a crude extract of the prevents. Penicillin was one of the first medication to be effective against many bacterial infections. Aspirin. It is also known as acetyl salicylic acid (ASA). It is non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug and used to relieve pain, fever और inflammation as an anticoagulant. देखो एस्पिरिन जो होता है नॉन स्टेरॉयडल है, दैट इज एंटी इन्फ्लामेटरी ड्रग है, यूज इन टू रिड्यूस पेन, फीवर एंड इन्फ्लामेशन एज एन एंटीकोगुलेंट। और इसका सोर्स और क्या बोलते हैं, दैट इज एसिटाइल सैलिसिलिक एसिड, पैरासीटामोल एंड acetaminophen. It is a medication used to treat fever and mild to moderate pain. Acetaminophen, that is acetaminophen. Sulfadiazine, also indicatively used to treat moderate pain patient caused by sensitive organs. Few common antibiotics are amoxicillin, that is sulfalaxine, clindamycin, azithromycin, doxycycline, ciprofloxacin and metronidazole. Sulfadiazine, amoxicillin, sulfalaxine, doxycycline, ciprofloxacin and the metronidazole. स्पिन हो गया, पैरासीटामोल होगा, पैरासीटामोल का तो एसिटामिनोफेन होता है। And the antibiotic medicine is paracetamol and paracetamol, penicillin are the antibiotic. From the following is not an antibiotics. Erythromycin, oxytocin. Oxytocin is a hormone that stimulates uterine contraction in childbirth and lactation of the childbirth, produced in the hypothalamus and released by the posterior pituitary. Oxytocin is a peptide hormone which is known as love hormone. Peptide hormone, हाँ प्रोटीन hormone जाता है. Which of the following is not a psychotropic drug? Psychotropic, penicillin नहीं है. Psychotropic drugs, any drug that affect behavior, mood, thought, or perception. They work by adjusting levels of the brain chemical or neurotransmitter like dopamine, GABA, that is the gamma aminobutyric acid. GABA that is the gamma aminobutyric acid. Norepinephrine and serotonin. Example of the psychoactive substances include the psychoactive जो कि होता है कैफीन, अल्कोहल, कोकेन, LSD, निकोटीन एंड कैनाबिस. देखो साइकोट्रोपिक ड्रग कौन सा डोपामिन है, गाबा है, इट इज द गामा अमाइनो ब्यूटारिक एसिड, नॉरएपिनेफ्रिन एंड सेरोटोनिन. और एग्जांपल ऑफ साइकोएक्टिव सब्सटेंस कैफीन, अल्कोहल, कोकेन, LSD, निकोटीन और कैनाबिस. आई एम गोइंग टू टेक paracetamol as I am my knees and back pain due to and long hours of grinding. अगर ऐसे ठीक हो रहा है तो लेट इट बी, एंटीबायोटिक मत लेना. Which of the following is a hypnotic drug? Luminal is a hypnotic drug that is it affects the central nervous system, brain and the spinal cord and has a relaxing and calming effect. Luminal is prescribed for the treatment of insomnia or other sleep disorder, to treat epilepsy and other disorder that cause seizures. Hypnotics luminal होता है. Luminal क्या hypnotic drug है. Hypnotics are the medication used to induce, extend or improve the quality of the sleep or to reduce wakefulness during sleep. Vinyl salicylate or the cellulose. It is occasionally used in sunscreen and as an antiseptic. Vinyl salicylate or the cellulose. Catechol, that is the used as a reagent for photography, dyeing, for rubber and plastic production and in the pharmaceutical industry. ठीक है. Luminal is prescribed for the treatment of insomnia or other sleep disorder or treat epilepsy and the disorder that cause seizures. Hypnotics are medications used to induce, extend or improve the quality of the sleep and to reduce. Vinyl salicylate antiseptic or sunscreen. Catechol क्या use as a reagent for photography, dyeing, for rubber and plastic production in the pharmaceutical country. Catechol क्या होता है, reagent use होता है for the photography, फिर डाइंग फर को ठीक है डाई करने के लिए, रबर और प्लास्टिक इंडस्ट्री प्रोडक्शन. द मेन व्हाट इज द बेसिस ऑफ द मोस्ट पावरफुल manipulator of bioplastic is cornstarch. The main ingredient of the biodegradable plastic is cornstarch. Plastic or plastic different from the renewable biomass sources such as the cornstarch, straw, food chips, sodas, recycled food waste, etc. These are the eco-friendly as well as plastic made from the corn, save energy and emit less. Angora wool is extracted from the rabbit. Angora wool is extracted from Angora rabbit who have extremely short, thick coats. It is used in the fashion product from sweater to mitten and hats. The first majority of Angora wool comes from the China and other regions are Argentina, Chile, Republic and Hungary. There is another breed of goat, Angora goat, which is also famous for their precious wool, और इस wool को कहते हैं मोहेर. Wool is the textile fiber obtained from sheep and mammals, often goats, mohair and cashmere, rabbits, Angora wool and camelids. Philosopher's wool, that is the compound zinc oxide is called the philosopher's wool. The zinc oxide is known as the philosopher wool. The zinc oxide is known as philosopher wool. Mohair or cashmere or Angora wool, rabbit से और camel. The interaction between algae and fungi to form lichen is known as mutualism, जिसमें दोनों को फायदा है. ठीक है. It is defined as the relationship between two organisms where the parent are benefited and none of the two are capable of living separately. None of the two are capable of lichen mycorrhiza pollination is the best example of plant animal relationship. Lichen is a composite entity formed by the algae phycobionte and the fungus mycobionte. Algae phycobionte and fungus mycobionte. The algae provide food to fungi while the fungi provide shelter, water and minerals to algae. Lichens are also known as pollution indicator as they can grow in areas where the sulfur dioxide content is less in environment. Litmus solution is extracted from the lichen which are used for acid and base tests. Litmus solution is extracted from the lichens which are used for litmus solution भी litmus paper solution भी होगा which is used for the ठीक है. parasitism it is an relation between two living organisms in which one organism is parasite which obtain food directly from another living organism called the host. Example where the partners are benefited. These are reasons between two organisms in which one is benefited while the another harmed or not benefited. Example, pilot fish is always live with a shark without getting attached or feed on pieces of food that fall when the shark eat the prey. Pilot fish होती है. White rust is an important fungal disease of white rust of mustard. White rust is a fungal disease observed in the chrysanthemum, mustard, rapeseed, marigold, cabbage, or crucifers.